Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you all for being here today. Sorry for the late start. We were wrapping up a meeting, but I'm sure glad to see that everybody here stayed. It's also nice to see a full room full of our community. Y'all didn't have to do that. We know it's the last day of Board Appreciation Month, but to see all you guys here, all kidding aside, I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order at 6:01, and I will go into item number 2, which is moment of silence. Thank you, guys. Item number 3, Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we have item number 3, public comments. We are going to play a short video. Before we do, I do notice that there are about 15 speakers. What we've done in the past is we've given the option to each individual speaker if they would like to group up and have a spokesperson. If not, you are allotted the time, which is 2 minutes, and you guys can discuss that amongst yourself. It's just an option for you guys. Thank you.
Here are the public comment procedures. Number 1, individuals who wish to participate during the portion of the meeting designated for public comment shall sign up at McAllenisd.org at least 1 hour prior to the start of the scheduled meeting. Number 2, an individual's comments to the board shall not exceed 2 minutes per meeting. Number 3, the board shall not tolerate disruption of the meeting by members of the audience. Thank you.
Información a personas para comentarios públicos. Número 1. Las personas que deseen participar durante la parte de la reunión designada por comentarios públicos deberán registrarse en McAllenisd.org al menos 1 hora antes del inicio de la reunión programada. Número 2. Los comentarios de un individuo a la Junta no excederán de 2 minutos por reunión. Y por último, número 3. La Junta no tolerará la perturbación de la reunión por parte de los miembros del público asistente. Gracias.
Okay, thank you guys. All right, our first speaker is Mr. Herschel Patel. Mr. Patel, you will have 2 minutes uninterrupted, and the clock's up there, and we won't interrupt.
I'll do my best.
Thank you.
Mr. President, trustees, thank you for your time and the work that you do, and I mean that. Your work goes far beyond food. Budgets, facilities, staffing, safety, none of it is simple. I also want to express appreciation to the Child Nutrition Department. Feeding more than 20,000 kids every single day is a massive job, and it's truly God's work and matters deeply to families in our district. I'm here because of something small that woke me up. This little 5-year-old right here came home with the Lucky Charms marshmallow bar. That pushed me to look closely at the menus and the nutritional data and the long-term effects of what we're serving at our schools. I know that the department will be presenting shortly, and I appreciate the work that they've put in. I just believe that we should be seeing an increase in whole foods and not a reduction. Based on what's been shared, truly substantive changes don't really begin until year 3. Breakfast is where I believe we can act a little sooner. Right now, students choose between a sweet or a savory item, and what do you think she's going to pick? Plus a fresh fruit and beverages that include flavored milk and fruit juices. As I shared in my notes with you, many of these items are high in sugar and starch, and most of them are highly processed. I'm suggesting small changes that could feasibly happen immediately. First, removing the sugary, starchy, highly processed, sweet breakfast items like Fruit Loops and chocolate banana bars. Remove savory options with sweet components like pancake sausage bites. Add greens, vegetables, and/or legumes to breakfast. Remove fruit juices from our campuses. We need to distinguish treats from staple foods. The ultimate goal, again, is to move away from processed foods and toward whole foods. So we can serve all McAllen ISD children, especially in a region where high obesity, high food insecurity, and high rates of childhood type 2 diabetes are prevalent. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your time. Obviously, in 2 minutes, I had to cut out a lot of nuance. What I'm asking for is maybe we, like all of us and the school board and maybe some administration could sit down and discuss this in detail. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, and next we have Ms. Susie Lee. Ms. Lee, same thing, 2 minutes.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Gutierrez, administrators, and families. My name is Susie Lee. I'm a Gonzales Elementary mom, a local business owner, and a regular volunteer at our school. McAllen is often recognized as a city with high rates of diabetes and obesity. That's not a label. It's a reminder that many of our families are navigating real health challenges and that our children are growing up in that environment. Almost 6 years ago, I was diagnosed with latent autoimmune diabetes in adults. At that time, my 2 boys were still toddlers. Living with diabetes has taught me how closely food is tied to blood sugar, energy, focus, and long-term health, and how important early habits truly are. Children don't become pre-diabetic overnight. It happens gradually, shaped by the foods they're exposed to, what they're taught, and what's modeled for them every day. That's why education matters just as much as access. Kids need to understand why certain foods help their bodies and how to make better choices when they can. This isn't about eliminating treats or expecting perfection. Treats have a place. The goal is to make nutritious foods and basic nutrition education part of everyday experience so healthy choices feel normal, not restrictive. Many students in our district are not taught what healthy eating looks like, and for some, school meals are their primary source of food for that day. That puts schools in a unique position to not only feed children, but to help equip them with the tools they need to succeed long term. We want to learn, collaborate, and support the district however we can. A meaningful first step could be a conversation about the challenges food services face and how nutrition education might be strengthened alongside meal options. I believe that when we educate our children and give them the right tools early on, we can help break the cycle of diabetes rather than pass it on to the next generation. Thank you for your time and your commitment to our students.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Ms. Maria Fernanda Cuevas. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the McAllen ISD board. My name is Maria Fernanda Cuevas, and I'm here to share my experience as a parent regarding our school cafeteria food. My daughters, Olivia in 3rd grade and Martina in 1st grade, attend Gonzales Elementary, and we're truly happy with the school, the teachers, and our community. By profession, I come from a background in culinary arts and hospitality. I work in recipe development, and I have created several recipe books, so I understand how to build balanced meals and how nutrition impacts children's health. The lunch boxes I prepare for my girls are well balanced with a focus on whole foods and fiber. At first, I packed lunches for them, but I've noticed the lunch boxes often came back home barely touched, which led to a lot of wasted food at home. To reduce the waste, we decided to let them eat from the cafeteria instead. Over time, I began to notice changes in their health. They gain weight and their digestion suffer. From my experience, this is often linked to meals that are higher in refined carbs and lower in fiber and overly processed. We've made adjustments at home to balance our meals from the cafeteria, but I believe this is something that we can also improve at the school level. We're fortunate to live in a community with local farmers and growers, including families connected to small farms and farm-to-table efforts. By sourcing fresher and more nutritious ingredients locally, we can improve school meals while also supporting our local economy. I encourage the board to consider partnerships with local producers to enhance cafeteria offerings. This can benefit our children's health and strengthen our community. Thank you for your time and for all you do for our students.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Our next speaker is Linda Billings.
This is Riley. She's a student at McAllen ISD at Milam. She's in the 4th grade. And I'm here to talk about the agenda item 9D, number 2, report regarding before and after school play clubs. and to connect it to a broader need, ensuring elementary students have access to unrestricted play during the school day through morning recess. When she started Milam, she experienced many administrative changes, which combined with post-COVID adjustments have led to a lot of shifts in routines and consistencies for these students. They ended up cutting out the morning recess. They brought it back, they cut it out, they brought it back, just due to personnel changes or differences across the district. But when morning recess was reintroduced, the change in her was immediate. She began to look forward to school again, waking up in the morning, seeing her friends. That short period of unstructured play gave her a sense of stability and connection, and it made a notable difference in her focus and attitude towards learning. When you ask young children to arrive and immediately sit still and perform academically, for elementary students, that's a significant expectation. Movement isn't a distraction, it's a necessary part of how children learn. Research shows physical activity improves focus, behavior, and an emotional regulation. A brief morning recess helps students return to class calmer and ready to learn, which benefits both the students and the teachers. For my daughter's experience at Milam, I've seen how morning recess sets students up for success for the entire day. And that's why this shouldn't depend on individual campuses or administrative turnover. District-wide standards that provide unstructured morning play ensure all students benefit equally. Just 15 minutes of recess isn't losing time, it's an investment in better learning. Thank you for your time and commitment to our children. I also want to take a moment and thank the board for your dedication and service during School Board Appreciation Month.
Thank you.
15 seconds to say.
Our next speaker will be Ms. Megan Lamantia.
Good evening. Anyone who has spent time in an elementary classroom knows this moment. Kids wiggling in their seats, losing focus, not because they don't want to learn, but because their bodies need to move. I know that moment well, not only as a parent, but as a former educator. My name is Megan Lamantia, and I'm a parent of 3 boys who attend McAllen ISD schools, speaking today on behalf of my family and 53 other families represented in the signed petition, who believe our kids need more opportunities for movement and free play before and during the school day. After my initial request on September 15th, I was encouraged to learn that some campuses have already found ways to incorporate this, and I truly appreciate the urgency with which it was received and implemented. My hope today is that we can expand these efforts district-wide. Children today are being asked to sit still longer than ever before for district benchmarks, state testing, worksheets, and tightly structured instructional time. Much of the school is happening in a chair. As both a parent and a former teacher, I can confidently say that play is not a break from learning, it is learning. Free child-led play supports emotional regulation, focus, problem solving, and social skills, all of which directly impact academic success. Currently, recess is scheduled for 20 minutes. However, with transitions, students often get closer to 10 minutes of actual play. So my asks today are simple. First, if 20 minutes of recess is all we can manage in the day's schedule for our students, we need to protect the full 20 minutes. Secondly, I'd love to see the return of morning recess for students 1st through 5th grade who arrive early to campus. Supervised, electronic-free, child-led play before the school day begins. This gives students a chance to get their wiggles out before a long day in the classroom, allowing endorphins, circulation, and fresh air to do what nature does best. I also want to be clear that this should be a paid role and not an added burden to our teachers. Thank you so much for your time and your leadership and your continued commitment to our children.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker. Our next speaker is Alyssa Higdon.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Alyssa Higdon, and I'm a junior attending IB at Lamar Academy. The numbers on teen dating violence are high, but our school procedures do not reflect that urgency. I'm here today to outline the current education and safety protocols provided to the student body within the district. Our primary source of information comes from annual presentations led by school counselors. The main focus of these mandatory sessions are on bullying, harassment, and proper interactions with peace officers, as these specific topics are required under the Texas Education Code and Title 19 of the Texas Administrative Code. During these sessions, we are briefed on the Student Code of Conduct regarding peer-to-peer conflict and the specific steps taken in response to bullying and harassment. Typically, the counselor walks us through a slide presentation that outlines these policies, and we watch instructional videos focused on identifying harassment and explaining proper police interaction procedures. However, under the current curriculum, dating violence is grouped generally under harassment. While we are given resources for reporting and managing bullying, we are not given specific guidance on the warning signs of relationship abuse or the legal protections available to victims of dating violence. We already have the structures in place, the annual assemblies, the reporting systems, and the tools. The foundation already exists, but the content is limited to these specific areas. In order to protect our students and our community, we must educate each other on the warning signs and the realities of teen dating violence. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Miss Ziena Garza. Did I pronounce that? Ziena. All right. Okay.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Yana Garza, and I'm a student in the IB program at Lamar Academy. When people hear the words domestic violence, they often assume it is an issue that only affects adults, something that happens later in life. But the reality is far more concerning. Relationship violence often begins much earlier, during adolescence, and when left unaddressed, it rarely ends there. Teen dating violence is significantly more common than people realize. In the U.S., nearly 1 in 3 teens will experience physical, sexual, emotional, or psychological abuse from a dating partner before graduating high school. That means this is not an isolated issue. It is something impacting students in classrooms every day, often without visible signs. Recent data reinforces this concern. Over 13% of high school students reported experiencing physical or sexual dating violence within just 1 year. However, these numbers only reflect what is reported. Many teens remain silent due to fear, shame, or lack of awareness. In fact, about only 1/3 of teens in abusive relationships ever tell a trusted adult, meaning the true scope of the problem is likely much larger. This issue is especially urgent because relationship violence does not occur in isolation. Experiencing abuse during adolescence significantly increases the likelihood of continued abuse later in life. Patterns formed in teen relationships often carry into adulthood, reinforcing cycles that become increasingly difficult to break. What is more alarming is how frequently abuse repeats. Domestic violence is rarely a single incident. Research shows that between 17% and 59% of cases involve repeat victimization, meaning the same individuals are harmed multiple times by the same partner. Once abuse begins, it often escalates very quickly. About 15% of repeat incidents occur within 24 hours, and over 1/3 happen within just 5 weeks. Together, these statistics tell a very clear story. Relationship violence is widespread. It often begins in adolescence, and it tends to repeat when early warning signs are ignored. These patterns highlight the importance of education, awareness, and early intervention, not only to respond to harm, but to prevent it from becoming a lifelong cycle.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Felix Guzman.
Hello board, good afternoon. My name is Felix Guzman. I'm currently a Nikki Rose student participating in the International Baccalaureate program at Lamar Academy. I am here on behalf and speaking for Young Hearts Matter alongside with my fellow peers. And today I will be speaking and addressing why as a district we should address teen dating violence. So what is teen dating violence? Teen dating violence is when 2 consenting teens between the ages of 13 and 18 decide to date. Unfortunately, however, this can lead to negative and toxic relationships, not only physically, but mentally on these students. As a district, we should address these problems that come from teen dating violence because as a school district and as a board, we should strive to be able to have a welcoming and warm environment for students. However, when teen dating violence isn't addressed, this can lead to low morale in students, lower participation in any extracurriculars, and can even create a large dread coming to school, which can affect attendance as well. So as a district, we should strive to be able to speak to adults and trusted adults. So this brings me to my claim that we should have more representation of this issue in briefings and in education for our teens to avoid these problems that can affect the board as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Ashira James.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Ashira James, and I am a junior in the IB program at Lamar Academy. Including education on teen dating violence and domestic violence in the regular McAllen ISD curriculum is essential because many harmful relationship behaviors are learned early and often go unrecognized. Without direct instruction, students may normalize controlling actions such as constant monitoring, emotional pressure, or manipulation, mistaking them for care or attention. When these behaviors are not addressed in an educational setting, students are left without the tools to identify when a relationship becomes unhealthy. Schools play a unique role in prevention because they are one of the few consistent spaces where all students can receive the same foundational knowledge. Teaching about relationship safety gives students a shared language to understand boundaries, consent, and respect. This is especially important for students who may not have these conversations at home or who are already exposed to unhealthy relationship dynamics in their daily lives. Addressing teen dating violence and domestic violence in the curriculum also supports student well-being beyond relationships. These lessons encourage communication, emotional awareness, and decision-making skills that affect academic performance and mental health. When students understand that abuse is not normal or acceptable, they are more likely to seek help for themselves or recognize when a peer may need support. Importantly, this education does not promote dating or inappropriate behavior. Instead, it focuses on safety, accountability, and mutual respect, values that align with the goals of public education. By integrating this topic, McAllen ISD would provide students with practical knowledge that protects them not only during their school years, but long after graduation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Chenna Kim.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Chenna Kim. I am a senior at Lamar Academy. Today, actually, during my Spanish class, my teacher was talking about the books that were allowed in our classrooms. And one of the books were actually banned because they talked about teen dating violence. And I was very concerned with this because our students, including the students inside of my class, some books are required for us to be able to talk about these during our exams, especially our IB exams, which start around end of April and begin around that time. And learning about these topics, especially earlier on as students, like my other peers talked about earlier, I think it's very important towards our curriculum and our learning opportunities forward. As a senior, it's getting closer to college entrance time, and a lot of my classmates are beginning to date and look for future, maybe partners, before going into college so that they can get an experience before entering the real world. And in a few months, since we'll be in college, I think it's important to learn about dating violence and what our precautions should be before we enter and survive in the real world. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, and our next speaker is Chevin Kim.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Chevin Kim, and I'm a sophomore at Lamar Academy. Me and my classmates are constantly taught to follow the IB learner profiles, including an inquirer, thinker, communicator, principled, caring, risk-taker, balanced, reflected, open-minded, and knowledgeable. So knowledgeable comes in all shapes and sizes. many forms and ideas. By exposing mature students, such as me and my classmates, and myself, to important topics like teen dating violence and a safe spot like high schools of McAllen ISD, I believe that the students will be able to continue their lives safely and effectively with knowledge. We request for a lift in the book banning and censorship in dating violence and sexual assault, as well as in addition to the annual curriculum requirements, such as the mental health awareness, bullying, and sexual harassment presentations, a video and an activity about teen dating violence for all students. I think that by us learning these important lessons for our future lives in college and in the jobs that we will eventually go to, I think that us having this information will help us to correctly kind of pinpoint what awareness we have with these unnecessary, I guess, violences towards us, so that we feel safe in almost every public environment, and that we don't feel like we should be scared to be able to go out and talk to people and be able to express our feelings because of us being suppressed by others. And I think that's very important. And thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mr. Nick Lamantia.
Hello, good evening, Mr. Superintendent. I don't know whether or not to call you Mr. President or School Board President, I'm not gonna lie. My name's Nick Lamantia, other school board members. Nice to see all of you guys. I'm here with other parents in our community just to talk about nutrition, that kind of macro level word, which in itself is the scientific study of nutrients, right? So it very much plays in line with education. There's a lot that goes on with the nutrition. I didn't write anything down, so I apologize. It's just not in my nature. And this is really painful, I'm not gonna lie. I'm here more so to talk tactically about what you can do locally and what we think we can help out with concessionaires and kind of discretionary Cokes, Fritos, things like that that's taking place at chess club events and or sporting events and stuff like that. I think it's very much within our power immediately and over the long term to make small, subtle adjustments, Coke Zero, Gatorade Zero, other things that kind of restrict some of that high caloric intake that is not necessarily needed. I don't want to rob a child of having a Coke in his life or a popsicle. I think it's very much a treat, but let it be that, a treat, not the source of fluid or the source of hydration or the source of nutrients that they get after playing a basketball game or playing in chess for 2 hours all day long, and that's the only food source they can really get. So I just want to talk about that and stuff that I think that I can help with, along with a lot of other parents in whatever way we can. So just want to say thank you, and I'll give you 30 seconds back. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Mr. Oscar Padron, Jr.
Hello, my name is Oscar Padron. I live across the street from Roosevelt Elementary School. I've lived there for about 20 years now. At some point last year, Roosevelt installed a new outdoor PA system / speakers, and ever since then, myself and my fellow neighbors have been involuntarily woken up by the school 5 days out of the week because Roosevelt has been allowed to forcefully project their morning announcements through their PA system. This is an example of what our community has had to endure every Monday through Friday, all before 8 a.m. Sorry. If the PA system was being used for emergency situations, i.e. fire drills, lockdown drills, or even active threat drills, then we would be supportive of its usage. However, since historically its sole purpose has been to forcefully announce who has had perfect attendance, what's for lunch, or ironically, how a Roosevelt Bronco should be conducting themselves, on top of sporadically blaring music like the Monster Mash for Halloween, or just yesterday, Celebration by Cool and the Gang. I have video proof of both. Roosevelt Elementary has chosen to dedicate their PA system for noise pollution in an otherwise tranquil neighborhood. And it must come to an end. I want to stress that our issue isn't with the kids having morning announcements. Our issue is with the school narcissistically forcing their announcements on the surrounding community.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Ms. Paulina Mohammed.
Trustees, Dr. Gutierrez, thank you so much for your time. I'm here to conclude with a couple ideas following up on Herschel and Susie and what everybody else came to talk about nutrition. Food insecurity is a real concern within our McAllen ISD students. And, I'm using the word our very purposefully because every parent who spoke about nutrition today here cares deeply about the well-being of all children in our community, not just our own. Many of these students rely heavily on the meals that we serve. In households facing food insecurity, school-provided breakfasts, lunches, and sometimes dinners account for a substantial portion, if not all, of the nutrition that these kids are going to get in one day. I would venture to say, and you probably have better statistics than I do, that about half, if not more, of the meals that these kids consume in a calendar year come from McAllen ISD. Given this dependence, we have a responsibility to ensure that every meal promotes health. We must prioritize shifting our district's menu towards whole, minimally processed foods, emphasizing fresh fruits, vegetables, lean proteins, and whole grains, while reducing the added sugars and highly processed items. We cannot ignore our local statistics. Like Susie mentioned, McAllen and Hidalgo County consistently ranks amongst the highest in the nation for adult obesity and the prevalence of type 2 diabetes. These conditions are linked to a poor diet, and our students deserve better to break this cycle. The good news is that we can change this course without reinventing the wheel. Neighboring districts have shown us the path forward. Districts such as Brownsville ISD, Thank you all so much. You got my message.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, and our final speaker for today is Ms. Jessica Delgado.
Good evening, everyone. So glad to be here. Thank you. I'm unscripted and last minute, but it's very simple. The plea is when. It's got to be now. Let's make the move. We can do this as a district. We can do this for our city, for our families, for our children, and for generations. We can't keep saying, one day we'll do it like some of the other districts in the country, in our region. It has to be now. It has to be purposeful. It can all be done. We will band the community and a committee around all of this to help implement in any way that we can. Use us as your advocates, as your biggest supporters, and we will get thousands and thousands of parents and families to help make this change, but it has to be now for the sake of our children, of our future, of our community, and of our generations. Let's do it now. Let's be the change makers and make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, that concludes the public comments. I want to thank everyone that came forward to speak. And while we can't respond to you here, you can certainly reach us on our emails, our cell phones. And once again, thank you guys.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
At this time, we will move on to item number 5, recognition. 5A, recognition of McAllen Memorial High School alum, national champion Amari Hernandez. Not sure if she's with us today, but there is a photo.
She is not here.
Tonight, we recognize one of McAllen Memorial High School's alum, Ms. Amara Hernandez, national champion with Texas A&M volleyball. Ms. Felicia Villarreal, our Director of Marketing and Communications, will have more information on this, and this is for information purposes only. Go ahead, Ms. Villarreal.
Thank you, Dr. Gutierrez. We are proud to recognize McAllen Memorial High School alum Amari Hernandez for an incredible achievement on the national stage. Amari is a member of the Texas A&M Aggies volleyball team, which recently captured the NCAA National Championship, marking a historic first for the program. From her time as a standout student athlete at McAllen Memorial to competing at the highest level of collegiate athletics, Amari's hard work, dedication, and perseverance have led her to this remarkable accomplishment. Her success is a powerful example of what McAllen ISD graduates can achieve, and she continues to inspire current and future student athletes across our district. Please join us in congratulating Ms. Amari Hernandez, McAllen Memorial High School alum and NCAA national champion. Congratulations, Amari. We are so proud of you. Amari and her family are aware of tonight's recognition, and they were unable to attend, and we know Amari's back at school, and they do express their gratitude. Mom and Dad did want to share with McAllen ISD Board of Trustees and McAllen ISD their gratitude for the ongoing support from McAllen ISD. We've also invited our Director of Athletics, Mr. Brian McClenny, to share with us some points about Amari's success here at McAllen ISD.
Dr. Gutierrez, school board, what a wonderful, outstanding young lady. She's such a great leader. I know my daughter got to compete against her, and my daughter and her, just got along so well. So just some few highlights. She was the district hitter of the year. She finished her high school career with over 1,500 kills. She was first team all-district, both in 21 and 22. She was blocker of the year in 2021. She was newcomer of the year as a freshman, so she was a 4-year letterman on varsity. She was also part, we talk about student athlete, great student, National Honor Society. She was named to the All-Academic Honor Roll. She was awarded Distinguished Level of Achievement. She participated in a regional tournament for 3 years, and here's the big thing, and as a testament to her leadership, she was a team captain for Texas A&M volleyball. That is outstanding for the 2025 national champions. And during that run, they defeated 3 number 1 seeds, and I saw some of the volleyball, and they defeated Nebraska, who was undefeated up until that point. So we are so proud of Amari. She's just such an outstanding young lady, a great leader for our community, and we wish her all the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I am Amari Hernandez. I graduated from McAllen Memorial in 2024. I've been playing volleyball since I was 8 years old, and this has always been something that I've truly enjoyed doing. So with my time here at Memorial, I really enjoyed having my team, my friends that I would go to school with every day, and then we could practice after, and then we had the privilege to play in front of all of our students and peers, our parents coming here, so that's pretty awesome. I think one of my favorite memories was when we played Cherryland to go to the Sweet 16 my senior year. That was a pretty awesome game to see kind of red on one side and then blue on the other. And then at A&M, I've truly become a whole new athlete. I feel like my coaches have propelled me to another level that I didn't even think I could reach, but I've been so gracious to learn from them and to be surrounded by such amazing athletes. Being able to be a part of this team has truly been an honor, and the 9 seniors that did leave have left a lasting impact on our team. I know that we will talk about this team forever, so when we saw that we were playing Kentucky, we were familiar with them. When we were scouting them, we were familiar with them just because we played them in the SEC, so it was going to be an exciting game.
It does. For the very first time, our national champions.
I have have so much love for my Gonzalez family, my Kathy family, my Memorial family. All the teachers, all the students that I met truly left an impact on me. I know Mr. Hernandez, the principal at Gonzalez, Ms. Dominguez, my 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade teacher at Gonzalez just completely have changed my life, and I still talk to them to this day.
Once again, thank you on behalf of the Hernandez family. Thank you for allowing this recognition today.
Very proud to see what McAllen ISD is able to have out there, and it's great representation. I know that they swept them, Lizzie, and so that's amazing. There's a couple board members here that are Aggies, so I'm sure they're proud as Aggies, but we are very proud as McAllen ISD Board of Trustees.
And the lawyer.
And the lawyer. So, thank you so much. We will move on to...
Mr. President, I move to reorganize the agenda. Since we have some members from the community here, I ask that we move agenda items. I move that we move agenda items 9D, 2, 3, and 4 to the forefront.
You said 9D?
9D2, 9D3, and 9D4.
9D2, 3, and 4. Do you want them before the...
They're going to do a presentation. No,
I'll hold off on my motion.
All right. Thank you. We will move on to proclamation. It is National or School Board Appreciation Month, and Dr. Gutierrez has some more information.
Yes, administration is requesting the approval to adopt the proclamation for School Board Appreciation Month. Ms. Felicia Villarreal, our Director for Marketing and Communications, will have more information, and we're recommending action on this item, but I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Villarreal first. Go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Gutierrez. And it's no question that you guys are loved, obviously, and we are much appreciative of you, of each one of you. Each January, we take time to honor the dedicated community volunteers who serve on their local school boards. The 2026 School Board Recognition Month theme is Our Future is Public. In Texas, school board members are elected by their communities, by families, staff, and citizens who trust them to always do what is best for our students. This vital connection ensures board members remain accountable for local voters, attuned to the unique needs of their communities, and committed to building a brighter future for every child. Tonight, we want to show our sincere appreciation for your service and leadership. In preparation for our first board meeting this past board meeting here in January, students from across McAllen ISD created special artwork and wrote special thank you letters to express their gratitude. These heartfelt messages reflect the impact you have on their education and their lives. This evening, we continue our celebration of School Board Recognition Month. We are honored to have students representing our McAllen ISD Fine Arts Program and McAllen Memorial Theater. They will now read a proclamation recognizing January as School Board Recognition Month and honoring the service of our Board of Trustees. We will also close out the special recognition with a very tailored and special treat for you. But before that, let's get ready for the proclamation. We have 10th grader Aiden Kaiser, 11th grader Gael Nino, and 12th grader Luna Galvan to read the proclamation.
Throughout our history, each generation has been called to strengthen our foundation and prepare the way for those who follow. This spirit is reflected most clearly in the education of our children, for it is through a quality education that we place students on a path to lifelong excellence and achievement.
Providing a strong education is the work of many, and school boards are essential to this effort. These local leaders devote their time, energy, and expertise to setting and reviewing budgets, overseeing the management of Texas public and charter schools, and ensuring that every student has access to exemplary education. By partnering with teachers, parents, and community members, school board members help inspire a lifelong love of learning in the next generation. They will continue to play a vital role as we pursue educational excellence across the Lone Star State.
Each year, the month of January is set aside to honor the many contributions of school boards and to recognize their commitment to education. At this time, I encourage all Texans to acknowledge the more than 7,000 school board members whose service represents the best of our great state. Therefore, Greg Abbott, Governor of Texas, does hereby proclaim January 2026 to be School Board Appreciation Month in Texas and urge all Texans to observe the occasion with appropriate ceremonies and activities.
Thank you. All right, so now we are going to need to adjust everyone. So let's have our executive team, if we can, let's move back to this row here, and then we need Mr. Ball, if we can clear that seat as well, because we want to have our school board come and have some VIP seating in the very front row.
Felicia, while they set up, I just want to say thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Sometimes a dream starts with just a spark, but a spark needs someone to protect it.
Sometimes it isn't just a teacher or a classroom that keeps that dream alive. Sometimes it's the people who stand behind the school.
Tonight, that's you. You believed in us. You believed in our schools, our programs, and our future.
Because you believed we found our voices.
Because you believed we found confidence.
Because you believed doors opened that once felt out of reach.
When you support our district, you aren't just funding programs. You're investing in students, the next artist, the next engineer, the next teacher, the next leader.
And some of us will stand where you sit one day, still giving back because someone believed first.
You may never meet every student you help, but your belief travels from you to us, to the world we're going to build.
So please don't stop believing.
Believe in the classrooms you provide for.
Believe in the future still taking shape.
We're the proof. Because you believed in us.
We believe in ourselves.
In our schools and in our community.
So thank you
for believing.
thank you so much, Miss Luna, Gael, and Aiden, again, for being here and representing all of our fine arts students. We thank you, and thank you, Dr. Gutierrez, for allowing us to change up a little bit of the recognition that we do every January. We wanted to think outside of the box, and here you are. We made a special treat just for you all. Thank you all so much. Let's get a picture with the proclamation and our board.
Can I have you on this side? On this side. Yeah, on the second step, please. There we go. Omar, the next step. There you go. Dr. Gutierrez, let's get you. Hello. You want me to switch?
Slight step up. Oh, yeah. All right, guys, big smile on 3. 1, 2, 3.
How about another round of applause?
We have a couple little gifts for you. Mark, this for me? Oh, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Yes.
Well, do we have a public hearing?
I am going to ask for a motion to approve the proclamation.
So moved.
I have a motion.
I'll second.
And a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye. I mean, sorry. First one.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you guys once again. That was amazing. You guys, every time that we see you guys perform, it's great. We are on item number 7.
Mr. President, I'd like to follow up on Mr. Haddad, Trustee Haddad's prior motion to reorder the agenda.
Okay, I have a motion to bring forth items 9D, 2, 3, and 4. Is that correct, Trustee?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do I have a second for that?
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. We are going to move on to item 9D2. 9D, 2, 3, and 4.
Oh, D. I'm sorry. I missed.
That is going to be
The play clubs.
okay.
You want to do the alpha of the others? Look it after that.
Yeah.
Which is
All right.
C, which is C2. Which is
Okay.
let's see, that one is going to be 9C2.
9D, 9C.
9C2.
We'll do it after.
Yeah, but okay. If you want.
Okay. All right. We are on 9D2, which is the report regarding before and after school play clubs. Dr. Gutierrez.
Yes, tonight, Ms. Janet Nino, our Associate Superintendent for Instructional Leadership, will share more information regarding before and after school play club. This is for information purposes only. Ms. Nino?
Yes, thank you. Good evening. Thank you again for the opportunity to share and provide an update on something that we started, elementary outdoor play. And tonight I also invited principal from Escandon Elementary, Carla Rodriguez, and principal at McAuliffe Elementary, Yvonne Caldwell, just to also share a little bit of feedback on what our efforts look like at the campus. So we were asked just to give an update on which campuses were participating, the planned student participation, as well as any models involved for staffing and supervision of students. We had a meeting December 9th, all together as 18 principals and myself, just to discuss the plan for how we could take those next steps in piloting outdoor play. And the 6 schools that were chosen we're not the ones with the Safe and Secure program because they already have staff that comes in later throughout the day, 3 extra hours after school. So we said, okay, let's at least start in the campuses where we can get some things going. And Rayburn Elementary did offer to say, okay, even though we have Safe and Secure, we'll also pilot this opportunity. So the time that was discussed and agreed on was 7:15 to 7:35. We do have school that starts at 7:45 this year, but again, it gives students a little bit of time to kind of clean up, get ready for class in between those next 10 minutes. So our campuses that are offering this right now is Fields Elementary, Escandon Elementary, Jackson Elementary, McAuliffe, Rayburn, and Thigpen Zavala. And this began on Monday, January 12th. So right after the winter break started, we let kids adjust, make plans to join us after promoting this back in December and starting with 3rd to 5th grade levels. We had a campus check-in meeting today, so more information after today will also be provided as we move forward. We'll be having check-in meetings every 3 weeks. And the daily student participation, January has hit us with a few weather days where it's been cold and rainy, but our staff has made the best of it, as they always do. And so here's just some reported numbers of how many students on average per day and how many students on average per week are attending. And we have really good participation happening for our students, again, 3rd to 5th grades across these 6 schools. And we're looking to share those numbers after tomorrow to close out this 3rd week. So with that being said, I want to thank the staff who has embraced this opportunity for students. We have nurses on duty because we know even during the school day, our nurses play a critical role in making sure that students are safe and taken care of. So they are onboarded at each of these schools a little bit earlier in their work schedule. We have some of our coaches, some of our teachers that are helping out, and some of our paraprofessionals as well. So here is the list of those amazing staff members along with our principals that are present at each of these schools every morning since January 12th, specifically supporting the outdoor play initiative. And then I did ask them, let's share some models. Everybody has some different opportunities, and you'll hear a little bit from Escandon on how they're maximizing their outdoor play during this time. But just moving forward, it takes ongoing conversations to make improvements. And again, we appreciate the opportunity to offer this to our students. Here are just some considerations and campus feedback from meeting and checking in for our first time since this started. Again, inclement weather has hit us a little bit more in January, but we'll keep moving forward and adjust. Also, just considering if this expands to other grade levels lower than 3rd grade, so to our students that are kinder through 2nd, that would have to be readjusted in supervision because our students that are in younger grade levels do require a little bit more help getting out of vehicles, etc. And on certain days, also our police officers, they're present at all times early. But if it's darker outside, we want to make sure that there's lighting outside for students to be playing. Just allowing more time to provide a follow-up with enough time for staff to monitor and adjust was what they informed me. And also just continuing campus check-ins to help ensure that everyone's safe and that this is a good opportunity for students. So with that being said, I'd like to invite Principal Rodriguez and Principal Caldwell just for a minute or two, just to hear from their lens of where this is actually happening at our schools to give us some feedback. So thank you, principals, for being with us tonight.
Thank you, trustees. Dr. Gutierrez, thank you for the opportunity for us to share our successes with our outdoor playtime. At McAuliffe, it has been a huge success. We've had our PE coach out there. He was the first to go ahead and volunteer. The numbers of our students attending school at 7:15 has increased dramatically. It also has helped our students use their energy before they go into the classroom because class does start at 7:45. We have been able to also, during this inclement weather, move our playtime into the gym. So our coach has been able to have them do hula hoops, use cones, walk around the gym, whatever the students are wanting to do to release that energy. We have had the opportunity to move some of our staff to go ahead and help with the outdoor playtime, but we think it's a great idea for our students, especially 3rd through 5th grade, because they themselves are already a little independent, so they are able to get to the gym on their own with several staff members that we have designated in certain areas of our campus. They are able to use the machines, use the equipment, put the equipment away before they have to go get ready for class. So just the health aspect. Also, another thing that we have found beneficial is it also helps our Elevate program. I know our Elevate program, that's one of the things that we've been pushing at McAuliffe. And so the students that do not have the opportunity for club ball, the students that do not have the opportunity to do extra stuff outside of the school time or school day, we utilize that time during outdoor recess, anytime PE, to give them the opportunity of knowing what volleyball sport is so that we can have more Amaris, to know what softball is, basketball, any technical sport, that gives them the opportunity to learn that. So we really, really like the outdoor playtime for our campus. We've seen a major decrease in our discipline. Our referrals have been minimized. The focus in our classrooms have really, really increased as well, especially for our students that are getting ready for their STAR. It is very stressful for them. So having them be able to release that energy in the morning really benefits us all. So we're hoping that we can keep it for our campus and for the district.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Gutierrez and members of the board. I agree with my colleague Yvonne. We are very grateful for this opportunity. I'm so blessed to have the opportunity to pilot this program. At my campus, there's been a history of tardies, consecutive, and now that we started the program, 1/3 of our 3rd through 5th graders show up early. We are starting our program at 7:05 because parents are asking, can my child go? Can they be there? We are very blessed that our school wrote MEF grants, and we received quite a number of them. One of them was for equipment, and so the kids were excited about using it, but we do have a schedule to follow with PE. We have a curriculum to follow. So this is allowing our students to use treadmills that they've never used before, the bouncing trampolines. They have interactive games. They have about 6 different equipment that they received from MEF grant, and our coaches wanted me to make sure to share with you all that he's very grateful to MEF because we received all this equipment, and our kids are having opportunity to use equipment that they otherwise don't have access to, and allowing them opportunities to get physically fit, to feel confident. We house the RSD program, so our kiddos come from Rio Grande, from Roma, from Progreso, from everywhere. They arrive at our campus at 7 in the morning. So now we see our RSD students, our deaf and hard of hearing students on treadmills, on the trampolines, on the interactive games. So it gives them an opportunity where they are not able to go to their neighbor, to go across the street like many of our kids. They have an opportunity to interact with other children, to have that time to play, to learn, to be active. And it's just been a really, really good experience for us. That having 3rd through 5th is a great experience. The little ones are taken care of, but 3rd through 5th are the ones that are participating, and they're really enjoying it. Parents are happy, students are happy, teachers are happy because the kids come ready to learn, they're awake, they're motivated. Like Yvonne said, we are seeing a decrease in behavior issues because they get their wiggles out, they're active, they're alert, and they're ready to learn. So we do want, on behalf of Escandón, I do want to thank you for the opportunity to pilot this program. We're excited to continue growing the program and for this opportunity. So thank you, Ms. Dino.
Thank you.
I just want to comment. Thank you all for taking the opportunity to pilot this. I know it's not easy to take on new responsibilities, and given everything that our schools have to deal with, logistics-wise, staffing, the fact that you all are willing to do this, all the campuses that took it on. Thank you. Thank you to Ms. Nino, and thank you to Dr. G for listening to the community and piloting this.
Thank you, sir. I agree. That was the best thing I've ever heard in a long time. That just warmed my heart. Not to sound cliche, but it's true. It's like giving these students an opportunity where they wouldn't have to play, to move, to get them ready to come inside. It's just amazing. I would love to see where this goes, you know, in the next few years. My main concern, obviously, is making sure that our district can help provide support for the students and maybe seeing it expand from kinder through 5th. And I don't mean to put admin on the spot, but do you guys have any ideas for like helping helping implement the successful play club yet, or just kind of thinking through how the semester goes?
Well, yeah, we just started this month, January, but it seems like the feedback we're getting is good, and we'll continue to evaluate it, but definitely it looks like expanding it and adding more grades would be the right thing to do and to move forward.
Right. Okay. I think go ahead.
Please. Have you all identified any potential barriers to expanding at the moment?
Budget?
Yeah. Can you be more specific? Like, what are we talking about in terms of each individual campus?
Well, and I think it was said a while ago in public comments, we don't want to put a burden on staff, but we do want to compensate the staff for doing this because it's additional duties.
Yeah.
And so we definitely want to make sure that we do compensate the staff that will be putting in this time to be compensated rather than to be a duty assignment.
Sure.
And so that's what we will have to then make a budget on how much it would cost us for all the elementary schools, the grade levels, and the times.
Yeah, and basically to ensure proper staff coverage for safety issues, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Right, that brought another idea. Yeah, because I know this is a pilot, so there's going to be some issues right now. The last thing I think the board wants is current paras who had prior commitments are now kind of juggling things, or teachers. We really don't want that. We really value any feedback that you principals are seeing that would help support your campus better, because I know you guys all want this to happen, but it's just about kind of doing the balancing act. I had a few ideas about partnership, but maybe I'll bring that up later. Just like, you know, we have Elevate with the city of McAllen. Like, I do think that we can look into other ways. Obviously, staffing is a first choice, but we need to look at the budget and make sure we can provide.
Ms. Nino, you want to say something?
Yes, we appreciate the feedback from your end as well. So I think two things as we move forward in the monitoring is as it expands to especially our students in kinder, first and second, that takes a lot more dedicated supervision from getting them from the vehicle all the way through to where the outdoor play happens and then monitoring them. So for example, Safe and Secure is staffed per how many kids I have at each age. I don't say like, okay, you know, there's 50 kids, we can do it by 10 adults, because it just depends what age level. So we have those considerations. And then in speaking with some of the staff, they're excited, but they also have their own kids to get taken care of in the morning. And they said it's not so much the pay, I just don't want to miss out on that time getting my own kids taken care of and my own family before I have to actually be at work myself. And so that was the idea behind not choosing the Safe and Secure schools immediately, because they're already working 3 extra hours after school, and so that would be a 13-hour workday, even being compensated. So just being mindful and as we move forward, but it's great to hear there's excitement. It's great to have the support of everybody, and just know that these three-week check-in meetings, we'll get different data, especially as the weather changes too. So I really appreciate the principal saying, absolutely, let's try this. And we will definitely be sure to update you as we move along as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you. Thank you.
And the next item that is called is the item 3, which is the menu development process.
Yes, the child nutrition program is dedicated to providing nutritious, high-quality meals that promote student health and academic success. As part of our continuous efforts to assess and enhance our meal service, we will present our goals to increase scratch cooking and review the efforts we have made this year to help get us there. Ms. Sonia Esquivel, our Director for Child Nutrition, will present more details. And this is an information purposes only item. Go ahead, Ms. Esquivel.
Hello. I'm a little nervous because we had, you know, a lot of comments. But first of all, I want to thank you all. Thanks to the parents who came out and made comments. I think that through today's presentation, it will show that our department is already moving in the direction that a lot of parents are bringing up concerns. So I think we're on the same page. You know, and hopefully we can answer the question of, you know, the timing, because we do feed so many meals. It takes a little bit longer to move, you know, the needle, but but we're moving, right? First, I wanted to just recognize some of our staff from the child nutrition program that are here. So if I can have Ms. Aurora Figueroa, she's our assistant director, is here with us, and she works really closely with our operations team who oversees all the equipment needs and product needs to produce a menu. I have Jasmine Valdez, who's our registered dietitian. She deals with all of our special diets. And then I have Stephanie Morales, who is our menu and production specialist, and her and Jasmine work really close to make all of these menus come to life, okay? So our department long-term goal is that our child nutrition department increase scratch cooking, made recipe district-wide through a phase-in program. So our goal is that by 2030, at least 75% of our entrees or side dishes are prepared using scratch cook. Key focus areas, and I'm going to touch on these as I go through the other slides, would be to strengthen our staff skills with ongoing culinary training, use standardized scratch recipes, improve kitchen equipment and workflows, gather student feedback, and replace processed items with minimally processed alternatives or whole foods. Did I go the wrong way? Okay, just looks different on my page. How will we get there? So I just did a 5-year plan. You'll see some of the terms or some processes that are highlighted that you'll see over and over again, like reviewing developing a standard operating procedure, reviewing it, training staff, reviewing equipment needs, evaluating meals per labor hour. But the plan is that we begin to move towards the minimally processed. And I did put on there, I do know that for our breakfast, that is probably one of our highest processed, where we have a lot of processed items. So that is a key focus for us to tackle, is our breakfast items. So we've already identified that. We are already working to try to make some corrections or improvements in that area. This is just a way for us to look at or identify menu items on our menu and how we do it. So these are just definitions for you to review. So it's whole foods, minimally processed foods or scratch cooking. This was something that I had presented before, but I just put that back in there just so you know that that is how we define.
Ms. Esquivel, can you give, because I've gotten this question from several parents,
Mm-hmm.
what is speed scratch cooking? Can you give example of the process and, some examples of food items that we serve currently or you're thinking about for speed scratch?
When we think about speed scratch, it could be something that maybe a part of it already comes, like it's a minimally processed item that comes ready to just finish out in the campuses. So it could be beef that's already fully cooked, and at the campus it gets finished out by adding additional ingredients.
And with beef that's fully cooked, I mean, like if you go to HEB and you buy ground beef, that's technically at least minimally processed.
Right.
But beef that's fully cooked and then we heat it up. I don't know if we do this here. I know other schools. It's like a pound bag of beef and you put it in, essentially boil it again to heat it. Is that what we do? Is that considered minimally or is that processed?
It depends. So we do have some that we consider processed, and then we have some that we consider minimally processed. And in this slide, I would like to kind of point out that, so this is a presentation, this is something that I had shown you all before in terms of where we lie. But I also wanted to point out that for this current menu, some of the things that we had already made changes to, And that second point of certain beef and chicken products were already moved into minimally processed. And the example that I gave at the time was our hamburger patty that is on our menu right now. So it went from a processed item to a minimally processed because it has 4 ingredients. So it has beef, salt, pepper, and garlic. It's a fully cooked item, but we moved over that product to take out the soy and other things that were, so it's the cleaner label of, sometimes you have to do those type of products because of labor, right? So we're trying to balance out labor. So that is, maybe it goes, I think that for our hamburger patty, it goes up against salads. So building salads at a cafeteria takes much longer than heating up a burger patty. And so by choosing the cleaner option, in terms of the label, we're providing our students that minimally processed item. We had also included 1 protein option in our breakfast menu every day of the week. So just as a reminder, our students have 2 options every single day for breakfast and for lunch. And so protein was already added as an option every day. And then we moved from a 3-week menu cycle to a 4-week menu cycle to give students more options. It did present a little bit of a problem. This was the first year we did it with inventory. So now all of a sudden you're bringing in a lot more products. We need space to store it is what we ran into. We are making a few tweaks to our menu to be able to reuse certain products in different ways in our new menu to help with storage issues at the campus and at our central warehouse. And then our current participation goals. So the district's goal is that 80% of students eat breakfast and lunch, and that 11% of students eat dinner. As of January 12th, for breakfast, we're at 75%, 82% for lunch, and 10.7%, which is the 11% for dinner. We always tie participation with a good menu. So we look to make changes when needed. So this is something that goes out every Wednesday and it's evaluated. It normally takes about 3 cycles for us to start getting real data as to what students like. So we don't really start knowing what kids are liking or not liking until probably November. And then we're pretty much in break. And then, so right now is where we're really going to start seeing some of those changes. But we do make changes as needed. So I know a concern was brought about the breakfast bar, and that was that's already on the phase out program. We're already replacing it with strawberry chia bar on our menu. So that was just, we're already on depletion on that item.
Hopefully we'll get to cereals soon. At least the cereals that are just sugar.
Right. Other efforts made this year is we did go out and visit some of the local farm in Edinburgh. I know that was brought up earlier. We are including, so plans moving forward is that we are including locally grown produce on our bid that renews in April. That is already submitted in with purchasing, and so the wording and all of that we need is already on there to hopefully create a schedule to bring in locally grown produce and feature them at campuses. From what we've learned from visiting is, some of the challenges is the amount of product that they can provide. That's why it probably can't be district-wide all on the same day, but we could try campus-based. Other efforts are that we have submitted forecasting for locally grown raw beef as well. And so the idea is that we would feature a special menu for locally ground beef in the next school year. Of course, we will, in doing all of this, we would have to retrain staff on the processes of cooking and properly storing raw beef, creating standard operating procedures for that type of process, because when you're dealing with raw beef at so many campuses with a lot of different people, we want to make sure that we're doing it in a safe way. We've also be submitting a forecast using USDA commodity raw beef in case, once we know that we've tried it in a smaller scale, we can use our entitlement money to try to bring in raw beef.
Can you explain what that means? We'll submit a forecast. What does that mean?
So pretty much everything that we purchase, we have to submit forecasts of about how much we feel like we're going to purchase. This gives manufacturers enough time to produce and say, okay, well, we know you're committing to this amount of product that you're going to bring in. So it just allows them to prepare to be able to ship to us to try to not, for us not to have shortages.
Well, I think that is key because, the manufacturer shouldn't be telling us what options we have available because we're the ones buying. We should be able to tell the manufacturers, we want more whole foods. We want more minimally processed. Ideally, we wouldn't have any process, right? But there's got to be some. I understand that. So, if we can push our manufacturers, look for new manufacturers, vendors, to move us in a quicker fashion, I think we should do that.
Yeah. And there's a lot of products that we can easily, move. Like I said, we've already started the moving some of the main entrees into the cleaner version of it. Those are easy. It's some of, and I'll talk about it later. It's some of the breakfast items where, like you say, it's hard because that's all you have. That's all that's being offered. But we're talking about other plans as to how we can do better, right? And from our central kitchen. Other efforts was we started during that food show. We had a conversation about looking at reconnecting our central kitchen. We did start the process of that. There is some equipment that needs to be upgraded. One of the major things too, it's not really bakery, but in order to be able to process or open the kitchen fully to do what we're thinking is, we'd have a major dishwash repair that just broke down, right? But our plan would be that by November 2026, we begin testing for school year 27-28 or sooner. So that is what we're really looking at is how do we use our central kitchen to meet our goals, right? So, yes.
Were y'all able to perform the scales assessment or go through that yet? Or you're just kind of thinking about in general?
In general.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then since we are, to Dr. Kittleman's point, since we are, this year doing a lot of assessment, why haven't we done the scales assessment?
We've just had a lot of other processes that we're working on, like the current menu. We are on a timeline crunch at this point to get that out because we have to have managers order by April, and so recipes are trying to be done. So we've been testing recipes pretty much at campuses and at our central kitchen for weeks now. So we've been just on a time crunch.
Okay. I know Brownsville ISD is recommending the scales assessment. I don't think I'm qualified to determine which assessment is best, but if we're looking at a 5-year plan about how to make our food healthier, more nutritious, less processed, I think we need to do some type of comprehensive assessment. And I'm not saying you're not doing that, but I think we're looking at things in isolation.
Okay. Yeah, we can get on that for sure. And then like I said, when we put out this menu, this current menu that we're working on now, there was already a lot of changes that had been made. So some of the changes that you're going to see in the new menu is a lot of stuff that was voted on by our students during the food show. So some of the breakfast items that are changing is we're bringing in the oatmeal that they voted for, the overnight oats. We are working at Central Kitchen. Right now, we just had a packing machine that comes in so we could try to test out doing yogurt parfaits from our Central Kitchen. So that is already on the menu, but also doing other improvements to their already existing menu items that are gonna stay. And it's, so I have a list there, you know, Asian noodle, Asian rice, those are all being improved. The marinara sauce, we collaborated with our McAllen ISD culinary students. And so they created a recipe. We went out last Friday and we tested it, or we voted on it. It was a really good experience for them because we had gone out in December and introduced to them, you know, or educated them on USDA guidelines for recipe development, and they got to see the challenges of creating, so just not adding salt to everything. So we have a winner, and next week, actually, we're going out to a campus, and we're going to test it out in a big scale at Brown. And the idea is that by April, we'd be able to push this out at one of our lunches, so that those students who are seniors get to see their menu on, you know, being showcased. Also, January, we had an all-staff training, and we got to go over the long-term goals with our staff. So, and they got to hear where we're going. So, increased scratch cooking and how we're going to implement it. So, Jasmine did a great video of interviewing some staff who had been here for a long time, and they got to talk about the rewards that they had because they did scratch cooking, and then how it went from scratch cooking to more convenient food. So all the staff has not been a part of that, so they got to hear about the rewards of scratch cooking. So it's introducing that back to the staff. And then some of the steps being taken this year into the new year of how, when you talk about introducing scratch cooking, a lot of times the staff can't see it because they can't see where they're going to find the time. So changes being made is not having to wrap every item like a burger, but just eliminating that step, or not pre-portioning out every item. And so introducing like squeeze bottles that they feel like might be a challenge, because some of the principals might feel like it's going to take longer for students to do that, but it's still something that we're going to try to show staff how they can gain their time back. And then we are also going to be attending, we were accepted to go to a Farm Fresh culinary workshop. So Stephanie and I will be attending on March 2nd to the 3rd. So it's a great opportunity for us to learn from trained culinary chefs or trainers. So we'll be attending that training in March. And then facilities challenges, and I just wanted to show this. We have, these are campuses that are considered self-prep. We have 18 campuses. The campuses with the notated in asterisks are campuses that have recently been remodeled. And we have 6 campuses that are in fairly good condition, and 4 campuses that would need facility improvements or major equipment repair. We have Mac High and Travis that need major freezer and cooler repair. Rowe that just needs Rowe and Morris that needs a workflow that doesn't work very well, but they have an okay kitchen. And then we have, these are non-self-prep schools, so we have 12 campuses that are considered non-self-prep, meaning they receive some part of their meals from Central Kitchen. These campuses only have ovens, so the campuses on the left are campuses that would need complete kitchen repairs, and then the ones on the right are almost self-prep. They have hoods, they just don't have the Ansel systems or the drains to be able to put in kitchen equipments. But they do have walk-in coolers and freezers, except for Houston, they would need a walk-in freezer.
And so when we were talking about facility challenges on the previous slide and this one, these are challenges that our schools face today, correct?
Correct.
But we're able to provide them meals.
Oh, yeah.
So would these just be if we wanted to do more of the cooking at the school?
Correct.
Or if let's say we went to full scratch cooking, we would still be able to do it at Central and
Correct.
deliver it?
Correct. Yeah. But, you know, it's just that, it's where do we want to do the cooking? But I just wanted to just show that slide, just so you know. And then I did want to put a slide. I know there is updated dietary guidelines. And so there was a presentation or a conference in January. I did put the link there for you. But at this point, we are still pending any type of major updates that will happen to the child nutrition program. But you know, even the recommendations of less processed, that is being talked over again. And concerns would be in terms of the rising cost of providing scratch cooking. So those are just some of the concerns that were brought about. So I just notated them on there. And then lastly, I did want to show our 26-27 and where we stood. I did want to I separated it out so you could see breakfast, lunch, and then in total. So you can see that there is some work on the breakfast portion of it, of decreasing that processed meals, again, with the intention of doing more in that area. When I didn't mention, but one of the things that we are working on too is when we talk about breakfast, some of the challenges we have as a department is how to get all the product out to the classrooms or the hallways. So when we are developing a menu, we also have to think about how we're gonna take it out. We have to transport hundreds of meals out on carts. So this year we've already started the purchase of actual food carts that will hold the product better. So that we're already buying for all the middle schools and one high school in complete. And then the hope is that we continue to roll in carts to be able to, as we improve the menu, to be able to move this product better for our students. So that is all I have. I have my team here, or myself, if you have any questions.
I have one question, I'm sorry. Do we know how long it took Brownsville to implement their plan? I mean, Dr. Gutierrez, you were just there. So, I mean, it just sounds like by 2030 sounds so far away.
They're in year 3. They said at minimum year 3. Yeah.
It's taking several years because they were doing scratch cooking. They did away with that, and then they went back to it, and so it's been phased in over the years.
Yeah, I just think that there's obviously experts, or maybe not experts, but people who have already done the transition, and it sounds like Brownsville did the transition twice, if they went and then went back and went again, where maybe we can hire a consultant to see, based on our physical assets within each campus, or maybe start with the ones that have the higher participation, to kind of push the process along. I just think that we have the opportunity, we have the community support, and it's been done in our region or area here at Brownsville with a lot more students than McAllen ISD has, and we can kind of see how we can fast track maybe campuses by campuses.
And I know we did a field trip over there. It was great, and they're such a great partner, I think. So I think you made a great point. Recently, I spoke to them because in my head, I think, God, scratch cooking is going to be so expensive. How are we going to do this? But they are reporting, and correct me if I'm wrong, Carrion, Trustee Carrion, but like they have cost savings compared to what they implemented before, and then higher student participation. So. I do look forward to seeing if we don't need to reinvent the wheel, and I don't want to put anything, crazy on you guys. It's very hard to work within the federal regulations and all these other things. But again, like if we have a local district that's already kind of implementing it, doing it well, they're going to be featured in a film festival actually on Monday, if anyone wants to go. But I think we can kind of piggyback off of them or partner with them in some way.
Instead of us trying to go to symposiums and conferences to learn, I mean, we have people here that
Good
can
point.
teach.
Yeah. In our, I know there's an item later on the agenda on the pre-bond presentation. We do have cafeteria modernization set aside from the bond. And so that could help us speed up the process. And we'll talk about that a little bit later when we talk about that item, about the pre-bond programs or projects.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Esquivel.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Esquivel, I just want to say that I appreciate everything you're doing. And the reason why we keep asking you questions, and this keeps coming up, we're pushing you, and all these parents showed up today, is because and you know this, it's so important. It's not just about feeding a hungry kid for a day. Everything we feed our kids in school every day for the next 3, 4, 5, 12 years impacts the rest of their life and their health and nutrition, and impacts their ability to learn that day.
Correct.
I think I've mentioned many times giving my kid Cheetos and then watching him bounce off the walls. And, I mean, it's literally, at least for my son, Cheetos induces ADHD. So I want to thank you for everything you're doing. I think you're making a lot of good progress. I think there's, to Trustee De La Garza Lopez's point, let's see what we can do to speed it up. You have our support. You have the community support. And I know when you got up here, you said, I'm a little nervous because of all the comments. You shouldn't be nervous. That's the community standing behind you saying, we're here to help you. We want the best for our kids, and what you're doing, we support, and come to us. We're here to provide suggestions, do whatever they can to help us, because this is not our schools, it's the community school. And so they're telling us they want us to do this. We're behind you. So I know you can do it.
Thank you.
You have the expertise, and we're here to help you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I know that our team wants the same, right? So I think we can, like you said, meet in the middle and get there.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Esquivel. Good job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. We are going on to item number 4, which is the,
School yard forest.
The motion included item number 4. So it'll be the schoolyard forest projects.
Yes, administration will present a report regarding the schoolyard forest projects. Ms. Lorena Garcia, our Deputy Superintendent for Business and Operations, will have more details on this item, and this is for information purposes only. Ms. Garcia, you're going to introduce our
Yes,
presenters?
good evening. We have tonight with us 2 guests. We have Ms. Colleen Hook from Quinta Mazatlan and Mr. Andrew Hefner, architect for the projects, and they're going to provide us an update where we are on this.
President Rivera, trustees, Dr. Gutierrez, and visitors, thank you for this opportunity to provide an update on the schoolyard forest project and why it's so important for the children. Also joining me is Andrew Hefner, the landscape architect on the project, and he'll be sharing some of the architectural plans. As you know, schoolyard forests take underused school grounds and transform them into outdoor learning and recreational spaces. I loved hearing about the outdoor before and after school program because this will be amazing expansion for them to play freely outdoors. The project works to improve student wellness and health just by being outdoors in nature, support science curriculum and hands-on learning opportunities, and create equitable learning opportunities across the district. I'm proud to say that we've been working together since 2006. We started with a third grade school contract, and we've grown that to 5th, 7th, and high school. Presently, we've been enjoying the fearless 5th graders on our campus every day, and it's such a joy and a grand opportunity to help teach them about the great outdoors and their natural and cultural history. Our partnership has grown with the Tiny Forest Initiative. We're proud to have 2 tiny forests, one at Cathy and one at Sam Houston. Please take a look at the before and after photographs. And this is transformation in just a couple years. Again, taking an underused school grounds and turning it into a beautiful outdoor learning campus and recreational areas. Remember, all of these are going to have expanded nature trails for children to walk on, outdoor learning libraries. And our partnership continues to grow thanks to the $2.7 million grant from Texas A&M Forest Service, creating 7 outdoor learning campuses on 7 elementary schools. You can see the timeline. We were awarded the grant in April 2025 and have been running ever since with a great team. We are on the construction bid and award phase of the project. This past Monday, we went to the McAllen City Commission, and they approved the award of contract and to go into negotiations with Southern Landscapes. So we will be back on the City Commission agenda in 2 weeks with the final contract. And then we're running. We're talking 12 to 18 months to complete these 7 schoolyard forests. Our landscape crew, our construction team wants to spend no more than 2 to 3 months on each campus, respecting testing days, respecting all the days that we need to be sensitive towards. I do want to take a moment to recognize again the Texas A&M Forest School Service, and one of their major goals is growing the 11% tree canopy on the campuses to 30%. That beautifies the campus, that provides shade for the children who are playing outdoors, but also on-site science learning. And the team has been incredible, I think, because of the shared commitment of all the stakeholders. I'd like to thank the Board of Trustees, Dr. Gutierrez, Business and Operations, Lorena and Robert have spearheaded this project and made it so enjoyable. HR, police, teachers, security, safety, Region 1, Texas A&M Forest Service, and all our grantors, and the Hefner design team has made this such an enjoyable project. And of course, the principals and all their teachers who have spent a great deal of time involved in the charrettes and the actual designs of these outdoor learning campuses. Commonly across the board, they can't believe that this dream is coming true, and it is a fully funded project by Texas A&M Forest Service, so they are our heroes for allowing this to happen. So how do we address the equity gap? You have 18 elementary schools. 7 are receiving the full meal deal. 11 are not. So we wrote a grant to Children and Nature Network for $50,000, which allowed us to hire the Hefner design team again to create conceptual designs for the remaining 11 schools and create budgets specifically to be included in the master plan, and happy to hear that this item has been added to your new master plan. Our hope is that the board would consider funding the remaining 11 schoolyard forests as part of the school bond, advancing 4 of 5 of your initiatives. Number 1, modernization. Number 2, the health and wellness of the students. Number 3, learning beyond the typical classroom. And then number 4, equity and growth. It's so in line with the bond and the primary key initiatives of the bond, and we're rolling. We have 7 complete and conceptual designs and budgets for the remaining 11. I would now like to invite Andrew Hefner up to highlight some of the key elements of what is in a schoolyard forest and share some of the plans.
Good evening, everyone. Andrew Hefner, Hefner Design Team, Principal Landscape Architect. It's been a real treat working with the MISD team. We're going to look at a couple of elements here. We wanted to touch on the key features of the schoolyard forests. The tiny forest, of course, in the upper right, building on outdoor reading, outdoor education elements with our nature reading nook, seating logs, balance beam for some outdoor recreation. We have our cookie seating, learning hill, which always doubles as an amphitheater, which really expands that learning to the outdoors, gives a lot of flexibility to that outdoor space with some loosely programmed elements that have a multiple use. We heard from all of our principals and their teams, flexibility was the key. They need outdoor resources that have shade, where they can bring students and parents on special occasions to these outdoor spaces, like Colleen mentioned, that are generally used but a little bit underutilized. And with these improvements with A&M, we're really able to push the limits of what those outdoor spaces can do. We're going to focus on just a couple of the individual projects. Phase 1 includes Roosevelt Elementary School. And we chose this school specifically to highlight today because it has a considerable amount of asphalt removal. A lot of the Phase 1 schools, because of their low tree canopy and high poverty rates, were selected as part of that equality and equity mission of the grant. A lot of those schools that are older used blacktop or asphalt as a recreational element. And combine that with our high heat index, it's a kind of a fairly miserable place to play, to be honest. So one of the components at Roosevelt that really makes it special is in the center there, you have that kind of organic shape. That's the remaining elements of that asphalt blacktop. We wanted to preserve a certain amount of it because it still does have a certain amount of play value when it's a rainy day and coach needs some extra paved surface for the outdoor kids to run around. But around that, we've included a lot of our outdoor playground equipment elements, as well as on the inside. Roosevelt's also an older campus, so it has those built-in courtyards. We built on some of the existing improvements that are at the school. They have some existing furniture, outdoor furniture. They have an existing pergola, raised garden beds. So we're really trying to maximize that with additional tree planting, our nature reading nook, which will include a free little library. I know a lot of the campuses have it, but it might not be exactly where we want to foster an outdoor reading experience. So every school will get one of those as part of Phase 1. And then really maximizing the use of any existing trees to maximize shade. We want to put all these elements in as much shade as we can because we know that's going to maximize the return of investment of A&M's money and all y'all's time to make these more, an improved space. Our next site is Garza, and this is going to be one of the Phase 2 sites. The idea in showing this slide is to indicate that all of the same elements are going to be going at each school. But each one is customized based on the needs of that individual school. Now, Garza Elementary, as a Phase 2 or future school, is the Phase 2 schools are much more on the north side. We're talking about a lot more open area, which means higher tree counts, which means a little bit higher investment to get to that 30% tree canopy. Finally, here's a little bit of a summation. Phase 1, 2025, 2026, we have our Alvarez Fields, Houston, Jackson, Roosevelt, Seguin, and Wilson. We're working through contract negotiation right now. Contract time period is 11 months, so if that's awarded in February, we'll be looking at groundbreakings very soon and ribbon cuttings before the end of the year, beginning of January. Phase 2 is our future school program. This is our goal, to move to all the rest of the 11 schools, and they're listed there. And then we have our design and construction budgets, Phase 1 at $2.3 million and Phase 2 at $5 million. So you'll see that there's a bit of a jump there in value. We have 7 schools in the first phase, 11 in the second. We're talking about larger campuses, which means a larger investment. Phase 1 is under budget at this point and on schedule. Phase 2 can be shovel-ready in 90 days. It's a great option for a bond program to get things opened and ready for business within a year of being funded. And final thought on Phase 1 and Phase 2, if McAllen ISD completes a schoolyard forest at every school, they will be the first school in the country to complete that system and provide a schoolyard forest for every kid. You'll see our schoolyard forest bubble diagram in the bottom, where we've included some equity and growth, learning beyond the classroom, and health and wellness elements, and how these all tie together. So with that, I'll open up for any questions.
I don't have a question. I just, to Ms. Hoover, Andrew, I love what y'all are doing. I think this is amazing. So thank you. I can't wait to see it all being built.
I agree. Thank you guys so much for your work and your grants that you work and you get us. I'm so excited to see the first 7 schools and what happens. And I'm really looking forward to discussing with the administration and the board the 11 remaining schools to see what we can do. Because it just seems like to be the first district in the nation that provides that would be incredible. It seems like everything is also coming together with nutrition, health, wellness, play, everything.
Outdoor play, exactly. Everything we've heard from the public today just dovetails so great with what we're doing here.
Yeah. See ya, charter schools. We're
Later.
taking your kids back.
Thank you all. Thank you, trustees and superintendent.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay,
Mr. President, I'd like to entertain a motion to reorder the agenda to consider 91 in hopes of releasing some of our campus principals.
I'll second.
Who have other activities this evening.
And we are sorry
I
for the
do-
delay.
I would ask if you'd consider, we do have some gentlemen here presenting that have to drive back to Houston, but.
I know the staff have something to get to as well.
Okay.
Well-
Well, I have a motion, so, and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. We will move on to 91. Dr. Gutierrez.
Yes, tonight Ms. Jeanette Nino, and Associate Superintendent for Instructional Leadership, and Dr. De Hoyos, Associate Superintendent for Instructional Services, will present information regarding the 25-26 Board Report on McAllen ISD academic progress. This is for information purposes only. I know we're also going to have another agenda item where we're going to talk about the accountability report. So this will also be part of that presentation at we have another agenda item coming up later this evening. But go ahead, Ms. Nino and Dr. De Hoyos.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity again. And I'd like to thank Ms. Clarissa Partida, Rayburn Elementary Principal, and Ms. Maricela Chapa from Thigpen, Zavala, our principal there for being here this evening. What we are responding to are some questions on the number of students by campus who are on track and off track to reach grade level standards on our STAR assessments for this upcoming 2026 school year, as well as the academic interventions for students who are not at those standards at this time, with, you know, just also what are supports in the areas of 3rd grade reading, 8th grade math, the TSI, and the college career military readiness information. Before we look at 3rd grade information, it's very important to know that foundationally our students have a lot of work that they're doing with our staff at the campuses in kinder, 1st, and 2nd grade. And so these 3 slides give that data of where our current kinder, 1st, and 2nd grade students using amplified diagnostic results in the areas of letter names, phonemic awareness, decoding, word reading, reading fluency, and accuracy. And that is where it all starts. So while we are looking at 3rd grade STAR assessment right now, what we want to make sure that we don't lose focus on is our kinder, 1st, and 2nd graders who are starting this process of working towards 3rd grade, which is all reading comprehension. So we even see students as they move past 3rd grade and on with some of these skills, gaps in those skills, but we have a great team to be very intentional on how to support them. And overall, while we do have students in each of those grade levels at well below or below, we still have most of our students across all 18 elementaries at benchmark and above. So we're very proud with our staff and continue to work with our students and make sure that they close those gaps. What we do is our focus is tier 1 instruction. That's where it all happens, making sure our teachers are supported in professional development, making sure that we are providing very intentional, small group, explicit instruction for students in these lower grades. And with that, in our master schedule, pre-K through 5th grade and elementary, we embed what we call Reteach and Enrich, which is 45 minutes of their master schedule every single day, and that is intentional and personalized time for students to receive small group instruction in the area that they need individualized attention. So specifically for reading language arts, to circle back to the 3rd grade STAR question, we have M-Class Amplify to provide targeted teacher-led lessons, and our teachers utilize that then to work with specific area of needs with our students. And that is a digital platform for every single student who has access to meet personalized needs. In addition, they are eligible to have extra and aside time with our staff, such as ADSE, Saturdays after-school tutoring, but more importantly, we want to maximize when they're with us in the school day, and that is for every student in our district. With that, here's data just to show where our current 3rd graders who are about to take the STAR, where they ended as 2nd graders in the reading language arts, and again, very proud of our staff working together to have over 70% of our current 3rd graders that ended 2nd grade at benchmark or above. But we didn't wait until now to figure out that we had some of our students coming in with gaps from 2nd grade. So from day 1, again, utilizing master schedule strategy. That's our master schedule is what tailors the needs of our students constantly. Our principals and our staff, they get together, they plan every day, every week to say, how do we use that data from day 1 before they start learning 3rd grade curriculum to close gaps again in foundational skills that are going to make them where they need to be performing in 3rd grade STAR. We've had a fall curriculum aligned assessment in 3rd grade in reading language arts. We've had a second 6 weeks curriculum aligned assessment. And right now they are in the season of just completing their 3rd grade STAR aligned benchmark. And we are in the process of getting those results and giving constructive feedback to our students, and our teachers have done fantastic. Tomorrow we have our 5th grade teachers. Having them be in the process is just strengthening them to be more informed in feedback for our students. And with that, I'd like to invite Ms. Partida and Ms. Chapa just a minute or two to hear from them on how these academic supports overall in 3rd grade are making impacts, but we start a lot earlier than kinder in order to be successful in minimizing achievement gaps for our students at McAllen ISD.
Good evening, Dr. Gutierrez and school board trustees. Just to kind of spiral back to what Ms. Nino was saying, the importance of that lower grade instruction being solid is really the root of success by the time kids get to 3rd grade. I have a background in being a literacy coach through the National Reading First grant, and we did many national conferences that talked about that exact thing and the importance. So there was an entire national grant that focused on making sure third graders were prepared with reading foundations so that they could be successful moving forward. About 2 years ago, or year before last, we lost our resource of Francis and Pinnell, and that was something that really anchored our instruction and was an extra step beyond our Amplify testing to make sure that we were targeting students' reading levels and moving them forward. It was a state thing that was no longer allowed, so it had to be collected and no longer used. However, it was a very important resource for us to get our kids moving along, through the different reading levels. So this group of kids that are now in third grade lost that last year and the prior year. So it's definitely something that we are making sure we are aware of, and we are providing reteach and enrich to target some of these skills, but also now working through our systems, and we have an amazing ELAR department, our reading department led by Ms. Patricia Peña and Sandra Garcia. They do a great job really trying to fill gaps to make sure that we have everything in place to make sure that we have the science of reading at the forefront of our instruction for our lower grades. So that's been, a really great resource. They take a lot of time to tailor our lessons so we can make up for that loss of that resource. So we continue to just work with our kiddos and make sure that we are targeting all of those foundational skills, getting them prepared. So third grade, it is a really big jump from what they're doing in K to second. And it's a big shocker for our kiddos once they come into third grade and what they're expected to do by the end of the year for the state assessment. So again, just thank you for the support from our school district to close those gaps. And I know Ms. Chapa is going to talk about some other areas.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Gutierrez. I'm here just to add to some of the practices that you'll find at our campuses across all of our 18 elementary schools, right? So our goal, of course, is to help students close close gaps, but in the main thing is for them to reach the grade level standards. So there's an approach that we do, and that is we really focus strongly on the first teach. That's just a given. The second thing is that we assure that alignment is there between what we deliver, what is practiced, and then what is assessed. So our PLCs then become a true need. And what happens here is we plan, we look at data, and our instruction, of course, becomes data-driven. Our instruction does become data-driven, but what happens here, it helps us pursue that planning is prescriptive, that it is intentional, and that it addresses the foundational and comprehension skills that kids need to be able to achieve those standards, those grade level standards. So not only that, the collaboration that happens during this time helps everyone prepare to deliver that strong first teach, right, so that we can minimize instructional gaps. And then we find that reading centers are super effective. So what happens is our master schedules allow for these reading centers to happen twice throughout the day. Once through our regular RLA 120-minute block, which allows for structured literacy to happen. So our students engage in these literacy centers where they get to practice foundational skills. Phonemic awareness is huge, so you'll see them practicing fluency, blending, segmenting, everything that they need to continuously build on their foundational skills to then enhance the comprehension. So we find that the second time that affords us to practice these literacy centers is going to be through R&E, which was mentioned. It's a 45-minute block that is built into the schedule, and there you'll find teacher-led lessons, students engaging in personal pathways through Amplify and iReady. You can additional time to practice foundational skills and definitely enhance the reading, writing skills throughout the whole time in the centers. They're highly engaging, so students really gravitate to these practices, and it's just something that is shown to be super effective across our campuses as well. So although we offer other supports, right, and that's going to be through tutorials, extended school days, you'll find them also through camps. We find that the most effective way to close instructional gaps or minimize them, of course, is going to be through the R&E that happens throughout the day. It's built into the school day. It's 45 minutes. It's intentional. They're prescriptive. And we have access to all the kids, which brings up the equity in it, right? Because after school, not all children attend. Saturdays, they're totally dependent on the adults to bring them to school, right? So, of course, we still open doors for all that because anytime we get to work with a kid, it's a win for us as well, right? So we find that the R&E is the most effective time for us to provide those interventions to continuously close those instructional gaps, and also affords us the opportunity to extend on the learning of those students that need that enrichment. So it works both ways. Other than that, what I can say about the literacy happening across the district, it is true what Ms. Partida says. We have a fantastic group of coaches and also coordinators under the direction of Ms. Patty Peña. We just find that it's just so well structured. Instruction delivered to teachers, they know exactly what to do. So if we know the rules of the game, we know how to play it. And the only ones to gain from it, of course, are students. So I applaud everybody who supports every effort in helping us move instruction forward. And just thank you for it, right? Our kids are really moving in the right direction. We see an upward trajectory, an upward trend in data, and we hope that it continues to be that way. I know through these effective efforts and resources and opportunities, I don't see it going any other way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chapa and Ms. Partida. I'm going to now address the part of secondary, 8th grade fall benchmark. This is where we were looking at back in November 2025, which is last semester. If we go to the beginning of the year data there, our district was looking at 46. Now we, in November, we were at 71. If we look at the meets column. I also want to compare it to our 24, 25 star performance in the same grade level. And last year, this grade level at the meets level ended at 65. That's 6% higher than the year before. And as you can see, 65, you might say, well, that's below 70. And across the state, they were at 47. Which we have still way to go, but we are performing above the region and the state in this grade level. Now, what is that we're doing? We have several interventions. Aside of the strong first teach, which we increase the engagement in our lessons, we also have an accelerated instruction plan that is delivered by the teacher once a week. So every teacher delivers this plan of the enrichment and reteach. We also have targeted tutoring after school, Saturday for the middle schools for ETSI. We qualify for that as well. And then during the day, teacher and professional tutors deliver this targeted tutoring. And then we also have review sessions, workshops, camps that are also delivered by teachers, strategists, and coordinators. I do have Ms. Nora Trevino, principal at Fossa Middle School, to come in briefly talk to us about focus tutoring after school and on Saturdays. And then I'll call in the other staff members.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Nora Trevino. I'm the principal at Fossum. Mr. Gracias is helping me out with some folders. That way you can have a visual of what it is that we are doing as far as our tutoring efforts at Fossum to make sure that we close the achievement gap. Last year, I can tell you that our 7th graders were the lowest that they've ever scored. So we knew that this year in 8th grade, we were going to have a big task. So at the beginning of the year, we like to call it a phase 1. Every single teacher received all of the students' names who did not earn us any points on the STAR test. So that is phase 1. They identified every single student who was not at grade level. Then And you can, that's the first page that you see there. And they're monitoring how many times they're attending their tutorings. And as you know, there's only so many days out of the week, right? And there's so many STAR tests. So really we have Mondays RLA, Tuesdays math, Wednesdays is science, and then Thursdays is social studies, and Fridays is TELPUS. So every teacher just really gets one day. So we have to be very, very intentional. So that was phase one. At the beginning, I made sure that one of our PDs was to provide the teachers with the release test from last year. They looked at it and they identified the high impact TEKs. That is the second page that you see there. The high impact TEKs are the ones that the kids miss the most, and now they're monitoring. Every time they take an assessment in their classroom, they're putting the percentage that their classes are getting on those TEKs, and they spiral it back. If it's not at the 70% or higher, they're spiraling it back in their classrooms. So now we went on to phase two, because now we've had at least one benchmark. So where you see the tutoring attendance, their attendance now changed from the beginning of the year. They've identified our special populations. They've identified how the student has scored on the district benchmarks, and they're also monitoring, are they staying for tutoring? So they're very, very prescriptive. They go over these high impact TEKs during tutoring, and of course they keep our focus groups, our white groups, our special ed population, our 504s, et cetera. So very, very intentional. And if you go on to the next page, we know that we have to make sure that we maximize the time in our classrooms. So the intentional student monitoring page, as you can see, there's a lot of color coding into us. It makes sense. So that's why I said, let me print it out for you all. But everything in blue is our tier 1 instruction, right? So this is what the teacher does in the classroom for everyone. So it's the peer groups, the differentiation, Kagan strategies, things like that. And then we move on to other more targeted strategies that we use with our students. You see the ones that stay for tutoring with the actual teacher. You see the students that are actually staying with the special ed contact teacher. You see the students that are EB highlighted in green that are getting those 7 steps to our language-rich interactive classroom strategies. So it is very, very intentional. And if you see, the teacher's been monitoring these kids starting from their last year's STAR to the BOY to their classroom test, CBA 1, Common-Based Assessment 1, Common-Based Assessment 2, and so on and so forth. So we're getting ready to move on to phase 3 of our list. This list is going to change every time that we test, right? And we're waiting for that major big test in the spring for math in order to really narrow down what kids we have to target in order to achieve what we need to achieve on that STAR. And all of these lists are given to the athletic coaches, because those coaches know, and that's the little passes that you see on the next page, the coaches know these kids need to be in tutoring, so I'm not going to let them into my practice until they go to tutoring first and they come back with this pass. So we work together to make sure that everybody celebrates that A when we get that A, so everybody's in. So everybody helps out. The fine arts teachers know as well that they got to go to tutoring first before they come to any practices. And we send mandatory tutoring letters home, and I just included some samples there for you. We're in communication with the parents. They know from the beginning of the year that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, it is the same content every single day. We started after the progress report time, and we've been tutoring ever since. We make sure that the students are held accountable, so they kind of chart down how the class did on a CBA and how they did on that CBA. So that way they know, are they scoring lower than their peers? Are they achieving their goals? And the last thing that I want to talk about, very, very intentional, because they only have a certain amount of time with them during the class time, is a Power Up notebook. This is basically the high impact TEKs that the teacher has identified and now is just spiraling back through bell ringers. Okay, so this is happening in the classrooms with the math teachers, but as the STAR comes around, we've already talked to the fine arts teachers and to our athletic coaches, because they have goal setting days that they do with our athletes, and our fine arts have already identified those days that they're out, for competition with just a small group. What our math teachers are going to do is they're going to give this to those teachers so that the kids are practicing math in those classrooms. And I know you're probably thinking, well, how's a fine arts teacher going to help them if they have questions? Well, every single question is going to come with a QR code, with a video of a exact problem, just different numbers being solved for them, and then now they can try it. So we're very, very intentional because we know we only have 5 days in the week and the time, it's crunch time. So that takes us directly to Mr. Gracia's plan also at Travis. So.
Thank you, Mr. Trevino. Now for a different intervention, pull-out interventions, which we call them power-up groups. And Mr. Gracia, our principal at Travis Middle School, is going to briefly explain it.
I promise to keep it short and sweet and to the point. Well, good evening. Happy National Board Recognition, and I'll go ahead and get started. So really quickly, power groups just so happens to be, we're going to look at the trademark and see who put it close to right. But these power groups is what happens when students aren't able to stay for after-school tutorials, right? What happens when it's not feasible because they need to go home and take care of their siblings, or what happens when a block or a period just isn't enough to close those achievement gaps. So, of course, power groups, this is something that is not new to me in the programs that I've led in the past, but it is something new to Travis Middle School. Happy to say that I believe it's shown success, as in the year and a half since I've been there and implemented power groups, we've gone respectively from an 81 with 1 distinction to an 86 with 5 out of 7 distinctions in the year and a half since I've been there. Now, don't get me wrong, I take no credit for it whatsoever. That credit goes to all of the teachers there at Travis Middle School who work day in and day out, and they've truly bought into this program. That's going to be one of the key components is the teacher buy-in because they truly have believed that this is something bigger than themselves, right? Closing those achievement gaps. And as my mentor once told me, when you focus on closing those achievement gaps and keeping student achievement at the forefront, the data will take care and the scores will take care of themselves. So we'll look to improve next year, boss. I promise we're going to try to get that first A in Travis history. But again, that'll come once student achievement starts increasing, right? So what is a power-up group? Essentially, yes, it is a pull-out group, but I'd like to say that here at Travis Middle School, it's a little more strategic. The logistics, you have to be a little bit more meticulous with it. And so the visual that Ms. Sanchez provided for you is and shows you exactly what a power group, and I'll speak to it just very briefly. As you can see there, these are rotations amongst STAR-tested teachers. You can see math, science, social studies, and RLA. With regards just to 8th grade, right? When it comes down to 6th and 7th, we only incorporate math and RLA into these power-up groups. As you can see here, it is divided. Math is 1 week, RLA the next, and then, of course, social studies and science, right? And you can see here Monday, math, I'll give you just a prime example. On Monday, our teachers work with our low approaches and our bubble students, and on Wednesday, you can see that they get our meets and masters kids. Now, the reason I said it does have some buy-in is because our teachers do give up, they don't give up. They provide these remediations and enrichment periods to our students. Disclaimer, they still get their 450 minutes of uninterrupted minutes. So again, this does require a lot of teacher buy-in. But as you can see here, it is rotations that are bi-weekly. So when math isn't, when it isn't their week, you'll see RLA go in. And again, same exact concept, right? They are working with their low approaches while science takes their meets and masters kids. Because historically, right, if you're performing high in math, then chances are you're going to be performing high in science as well, right? And the same goes with RLA and social studies. So that's the reason why you see that division there was strategically placed. And at the same time, we didn't want to grab those same students every single week. So you can see here again, while 1 week is math and social studies, the other one would be RLA and science. Now, theoretically, these groups are ever changing because they should be changing based off of RPA data, common formative assessments, weekly quizzes, benchmarks. So again, as teachers are planning their PLCs, they're looking at these data, they're looking at TEKS item analysis, breakdowns, and they are choosing these students every other week, so it's prescriptive. You're looking at only 5 to 7 students that are in these power-up groups. Just, again, disclaimer, they're not getting pulled from core areas. So the way 8th grade works, and let me give you a prime example, all 4 subjects, math, science, social studies and RLA are all off in the same period. So when they're getting pulled in for these power-up groups, they're not essentially getting taken from a core class, right? And so the elective teachers, they also buy in, and that is also motivation for them to keep on performing at high levels. So again, it's prescriptive, 5 to 7 students, ever-changing based off of the data. And the one thing that I didn't include in here was how we track them. This is an entire campus-wide effort, so there is a tracker that all teachers have access to, whether you're an elective teacher or a core teacher. That way you know exactly which students are supposed to be reporting to which respective classroom at that given time or period or week. So it is an all-in effort. We do track them daily. And again, they are not pulled from any core classes, and that's pretty much what sums up a power group. I'm trying to keep it very, very short, and this year, happy to say that we took it up another level, and we've actually incorporated linguistic power groups. We took a look at the campus, small, quick needs assessment, right, within regards to our EB students, and so this year we've actually incorporated linguistic power groups in which our elective teachers are actually going in there during their conference and providing those remediations to our EB students as well. So, in a nutshell, that is our power groups.
Thank you, Mr. Gracia. And then last, we have Ms. Peña, Director for Professional Development and Curriculum and Instruction, and she'll briefly talk about student review plans and workshops.
Hello, good evening, Dr. Gutierrez, members of the board. I'm here on behalf of the CNI team to talk about some of the things that we do in partnership with campuses and teachers to really ensure that students can reach their academic potential. As you've heard from some of these principals, it's hard work, right? Being a teacher, it's a lot of hours, a lot of intentionality, and so what we are is we are partners to them, right? We want to lift their load, we want to make things smoother for them, and we also want to provide just really great resources to ensure that while we're building up teachers and while we're trying to help lift their load, we're also helping students reach their academic potential. So one of the things that we do is we are very intentional about the resources that we provide teachers. The resources are data-driven. They're curated from the high-quality instructional materials that we have adopted and that are state-approved. They are customized for McAllen ISD. Excuse me. They are focused on critical TEKs, and they are focused on ensuring meaningful learning experiences for the teachers and students. I'm sorry, for the students. So when you hear that R&E groups, when you hear after-school tutoring, when you hear all of these things that our teachers are having to do, well, the content coordinators, strategists, coaches, all of us are pitching in to help create the materials that they're going to use in collaboration with them, right? Nothing is done outside of collaboration with them because they have to have buy-in and belief in the systems and the resources that we're putting together. All of the resources are differentiated. There's differentiation for GT, emergent bilinguals, and all of the distinct learning styles that our students at McAllen ISD have. The resources are timely. We have countdowns to STAR. We have resources leading up to benchmarks. So when the principals and the teachers are working on their plans, again, they have turnkey resources that are customized and adapted from high-quality instructional materials that can be turned around pretty quickly. In addition to that, we partner with teachers directly by working with student camps. The camps are data-driven. We usually sit with the teachers and talk about who the students that we are going to serve are. Are there students with learning challenges that need remediation or intervention? And so we work with a small group. Are they students who already know the material but need to review? So we work with a big group in a cafeteria and make the learning really fun. So these campuses are, again, customized per campus, per student group, per teacher. They include collaboration with teachers. And one of the great things is that a lot of the times they're cross-curricular. We had some in elementary not too long ago that were reading language arts, writing focus with science focus, right? So we were purposefully bringing in science content from the grade level and incorporating it into the writing camp so students get that content knowledge that they need and are practicing as well. So those are some of the things that we do to partner with teachers.
Thank you so much, Ms. Peña. And then they'll be here if you have any questions. Just moving on to the Texas Success Initiative Assessment, which we know as TSI. That was one part of the question that we wanted to bring a report on how we're working on that. The TSI is really the assessment that can also be used to allow the student to complete the CCMR portion of the requirement. But it also, for the students that already completed a CCMR point through probably CTE, when they pass the TSI, it's also an additional bonus that we get funding for. So it has been an effort of McAllen ISD to increase this number as the years have been when we were allowed to use this as an option. And so I just want to compare here last year's graduates ended in June of 19, because even after graduation, we keep on calling them and saying, hey, you have the opportunity to come and test so that you don't have to take remedial classes at the university. And so students continue to come and test and complete this requirement. We ended at 58%, a cohort of 1,508 students. We ended at 58%. That is generating $2.7 million in revenues to our schools. This year, if we look to the right, as of January 17th, our cohort of 1,568 students, they're already at 43% completion. So we do see that the efforts that are in place are increasing that percentage, and we're very confident that we're going to surpass last year's percentage, as you can see that. Just today, I got a message from one of the high school principals and said, we got 5 more students completed it in today's academy. So it's constant every time. What are the interventions? We're intervening earlier and more often. What do I mean by that? We start since 8th grade. We test in December and we test in May. We give that opportunity to 8th grade students. And then throughout high school, 9 through 12, we stop 2 weeks right before the semester ends. We stop everything, and we work on a targeted curriculum in math and RLA, and we teach, review, and test all the students who are not TSI complete. We also, throughout the year, we tutor and test as many times as we can, especially when we have shutdowns for other exams, like when we're doing benchmarks for 9th grade, then we're testing the juniors or the seniors that haven't completed this requirement. When we have end of course testing, SAT, if the 11th graders are testing SAT, then we provide a group of sophomores or seniors to keep on testing. But not only testing, but also tutoring and reviews. So those are the interventions that we have for TSI. Moving on to CCMR, which I started talking about it previously. College, career, and military readiness is our CCMR indicator. This is very important for a district because any district that is not above an 88% in CCMR, then that district does not have the opportunity to be rated an A. So we're happy to announce and report that in the graduating class of 2025, we ended with a 97% in CCMR. As of November 2025, we are already at 59% with our current seniors. We will have another review next week, starting next week with each high school campus, and we believe that that percentage is going to move up already, and we're confident that we're going to surpass last year's percentage. Looking at the accountability for 24-25 in this domain, we ended at 93.9 with scales at 94%, and like I said, this is very instrumental to be able to contribute to that A that McAllen ISD received. Now, what do we contribute to our success? We contribute our success to a strong career technical education program and a strong college entrance exam, which is the TSI. And so just briefly to highlight some of these efforts, Mr. Leo Sainz, Career Technical Education Director, is here, and just so that he can talk about the efforts between the academic counselors, the CTA counselors, and the review meetings. Mr. Sainz?
Sure. Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Gutierrez and members of the board. Just some of the things that we're doing, that we're constantly doing. Actually, she just mentioned that we're meeting next week, so we meet very regularly. Actually, we meet more regularly than we meet as a big group at the actual campuses. And then now we're even adding a testing coordinator, campus testing coordinator, to ensure that we're aligned with everything, including the TSI. On the CTE side, we did open up our doors on the 9th grade and 10th grade classes that are common for most, or if not all, 9th graders and 10th graders to take a practice TSI test and assessment, like a benchmark type thing, at the beginning of the school year through the CTE courses. So again, we're working through those things. Our CTE counselors are every day meeting with our regular counselors to make sure. So like for today, I got the same phone call, not the same phone call, but a similar phone call saying, hey, we already moved up these numbers. These numbers are moving up every day. And so the efforts are there. We have a whole group that gets together, and we just continue to look at all the opportunities that these students have. So not just like saying they can grab it with this one thing. well, what are the 3 or 4 things they can get, earn the CCMR point with? And then when we look at those, our goal is to get them all, not just one. So even though, let's say, Leo Science is a student, and they earned an IBC through CTE, they should be checkmarked. Why can't we still continue to push to the TSI and the college credit hours or anything else that's in that realm to say we got it all, and now we all get that outcomes bonus that you all have been talking about with me, several of you, on that front. I mean, we're looking to maximize it. I know we're in the $6 million range where we can get to. We want to move that needle up to closer to 3, 4, 5, 6 million if we could, right? And moving on up. So that's what our efforts are at. Again, we work closely with all the different components, advanced academics, our testing folks, and we're meeting on a regular basis. The numbers she showed up there have already changed. They've already moved up. So I can promise you that. I don't have to look at it because I already saw it, because I see it live all the time. So we have a dedicated person just for that as well. Any questions?
Thank you. Okay. Really appreciate all the hard work that went into this across so many different teams and departments. This is exactly the type of information that I personally think this school board should be focused on as we try to deliver on the promise of educating all of our students for the opportunities that they deserve into the future. My question for Dr. Gutierrez, not for tonight, but for something to be thinking about, is what investments might we make in the near and medium term to drive even stronger performance here? Because it is indeed the case that there are far too many children in our community that are not meeting grade level standards on these assessments. I think we could all see that number and we can agree that it needs to be higher. And I just want to know that we're doing everything in our power to make those smart investments to drive that forward. The second thing is we now have 2 years of TIA data about the strongest performing teachers in campuses all across our district. And I just wonder the extent to which we are using that information to ensure that the students with the highest learning needs have access to the strongest performing teachers. I don't know that we're doing that yet. I know that it has profound implications across labor and across how we orient towards our staff, but it has real potential to dramatically improve performance for our lowest learners.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay. I
Thank
think
you
we're
all
going to
for-
see a little bit of it again later on, right?
Yes, on the tape report.
I'm going to make a motion to bring forth item 9C2, the pre-bond planning.
A second.
Thank you, sir. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0. Dr. Gutierrez.
Administration will provide an update on the district's pre-bond planning process. Ms. Lorena Garcia, our Deputy Superintendent for Business and Operations, will share more preliminary findings and next steps in the development of a comprehensive bond strategy. This item is for information purposes only before we bring it to the board. Ms. Garcia, go ahead.
Good evening. We're going to go over predominantly 3 things tonight. One being the projects. I know that we were asked to go back and consider the principal priorities and embed those into the project list, and we have taken a look at that and aligned the ones that we could to the categories that are in the bond, and then others for consideration for future. Some were also moved over to possibility of being taken care of with our maintenance budget. So we have taken care of that. In addition to that, we will look at the bond order, and we do have our legal counsel here that will assist us and walk us through that process. We also will focus on the tax rate strategy, review that once again with the board, so that we're all clear on the total tax rate increase and how that is to be achieved. So first of all, I'd like to remind you of the project and the cost estimates. Very first project we have is the CTE expansions at the high schools, the 3 comprehensive high schools for $39,490,000. We also have the cafeteria modernizations at Milam, Alvarez, Seguin, and Morris. And this is $33,050,000 is a project budget. We're also focusing on our front entry, security, and access at Mac High, Memorial Row, De Leon, and Morris, and that's a $13,470,000 budget. The elementary gyms and enclosures will be for Dr. Pablo Perez Castañeda, Blanca Sanchez, Lucille Hendricks, and Houston Elementary School, a budget of $26,920,000. And then the fine arts modernizations at the 3 comprehensive high schools is at a budget of $35 million. The classroom additions are slated for Gonzalez Elementary, Milam, Morris Middle School, and at a budget of $38,730,000. The campus refresh, this will be for the 3 comprehensive high schools with a budget of $45,150,000. We also have some projects for maintenance-related items such as HVAC upgrades, site paving repairs, roof repairs, LED lighting, and safety and security, and of course HVAC controls. That project budget is $103,190,000. This has not changed since last presented to the board. Now this area has changed where we have most of the principal priorities, a lot of them did already align with the bond projects is what we found. Those were already included, but there were some that were not aligned, so we considered whether to put them into the bond category or not, and we did. We moved some of the things, for example, update the walkways and covers. We also had some playground equipment at a couple of campuses, some technology modernization that was also requested, and so forth. And so, as you can see, that this is a new chart with the revisions, and it's listed by campus. And then just to review, we are proposing $335 million as the bond amount. We are still looking at bringing a recommendation for calling of the order for the bond on the next board meeting, February 10th. And then we will proceed with our community engagement. We've already scheduled several presentations. As a matter of fact, one at every single campus in the district. At the secondary level, we are handling it by vertical team, and at the elementary level, we are doing one presentation and inviting the PTOs, and at the secondaries, we're inviting the PTOs and the booster clubs. So those have already been scheduled, and we will also present to civic organizations, internal staff, and also the seniors. So we are building a plan of dates and presentation engagement so that, with the committee of individuals within our district, our administrative executive team, the superintendent, as well as directors, and also we do invite community members and members of the FFAC to be part of those teams to join us to go on the community engagement process. And then the last day to register to vote is April 20th to the 28th. And then we have, I'm sorry, that was the early voting. And then we have the election on May 2nd. So moving on, I would like to introduce Mr. Matt Lee from Norton, Fulbright, and Rose to go over the bond proposition language, and that is included in your packet.
Good evening, board, superintendent, and staff. Happy to walk through any questions. I think we looked at it briefly at the last meeting. The only thing that changed, I think there was a couple questions that you all had about just confirming that the CT facilities, like what's the proper verb to, encompass exactly what we're doing there. So we went back and looked at that. Expansion of the current, facilities and offerings that are at these campuses was the appropriate, verb that we used in there. We also added the word comprehensive in front of high schools because, as someone mentioned, the fourth high school doesn't have these facilities, so using comprehensive in front of the 3, campuses would adequately describe the projects that are there. So those are the only, and then I can't remember if we had the par amount of 335 in there or not, but that's one of the changes that I think we made, but that was pretty much it. So The language that's up here on the screen right now in the order, if you look at page 4, that's in section 5, that's what the voters will see when they go to the ballot box. So as I mentioned last time, in September of 2019, you started to, school districts were required to add this is a property tax increase language on the ballot. Back then, it was at the very end of the ballot, and everything, was in all caps. Now, in the most current legislative session, they changed it, so now not just school districts, but anybody conducting a bond election has to put this is a property tax increase, has to be in all caps, has to be at the top of the ballot, and then the rest of the ballot has to be in a sentence case. So as you see it right there is effective as of the November 25 bond election cycle, and now this bond, the May 26 bond election cycle. And so you can see, I think I mentioned this last time, statutorily, you can stop there at school facilities. You don't have to put it on the description, but I think it was discussed and recommended that the additional description of the projects would be helpful to the voters, providing transparency to what the district's doing. So that's why we've got the security, heating, HVAC, roof replacement, CTE, fine arts at all the campuses. And the rest of it is statutorily prescribed language saying that we have to levy a tax that's sufficient to pay the principal and interest on the bonds as they become due. Happy to answer any other questions regarding the order. Just going forward, I know we're going to present this again on February 10th. I'll be here at that meeting as well if there's any other questions at that time. But assuming the board calls for the bond election, our firm will take this document, we'll translate it, we'll work with the district to work with the county on posting, publication, and everything else. And then all the voter information materials will work with the district, your financial advisors, Fluger, everybody else to make sure that we're putting out materials for the voters to educate them.
I just have one quick question for you.
Yes, sir.
All the verbs, designing, constructing, and renovating, are about, quote, school facilities. Does that allow us to, if needed in the future, use funds for the campus in general?
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
It's drafted intentionally that way so that, you guys go and accomplish, this is going to be rolled out over time. And I know your financial advisors will probably talk about that in a second on how do we manage the tax rate as we're rolling out. So when the bonds, say the voters approve, you guys call this, and the voters approve it on May 2nd, that doesn't mean these bonds are issued. It just means you have the authority to go issue them. So if you did nothing, there wouldn't be a need to levy a tax rate in order to pay for them because they're not outstanding, right? So we're going to be issuing those over time each summer. And so to the extent the HVAC, the roofing, the CTE, fine arts, as you guys complete those, maybe they come in under budget. To the extent you have surplus bond proceeds, you could use that for other general school facilities, exactly as you said. We couldn't go use that on an auditorium or a performing arts facility or a stadium, something like that. That would have been required to be voted separately, but you can use it for other general school facility type projects.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being here. I'm looking at the order, specifically Exhibit C.
Yes.
Bottom of C1 into C2. That table that we looked at last time was blank. It's now filled out.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Can you walk me through how you determined the projection and growth of taxable value for each of the years? Because in my immediate estimation, that does not sit with my experience as a homeowner on the growth in taxable values.
Okay.
They're at 5%, 4%, 3%, 1%, and 0% thereafter.
Okay. And I'll probably lean on the financial advisors to work through that.
Yeah.
The district, when they put out that document, has to put in assumptions on how they got to the tax rate impact on the authorization and ultimate issuance of the bonds. And so the assumptions that you could put in there, I think that are in there right now that you pointed out, what do we anticipate the growth will be for taxable assessed values? How do we anticipate rolling this out over time? A lot of different factors that are going to go into there, but I'm pretty certain that the financial advisors, I think they're either after me or that, I think they can walk through that through their presentation.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Cool, thank you.
We now will turn the mic over to Estrada Hinojosa, Dr. Miguel de los Santos, and Mr. Bobby Villarreal are present here today to provide us with an update and walk us through on the tax rate management strategy.
Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Gutierrez, first I'll answer your question, or attempt to, and that, Mr. Carrion, is the reason that your tax rates are going down, we have them very low, as opposed to the kinds of increases that you've experienced in the past, is to be conservative with your values and to be, we don't want to up your values and say that that your pennies are going to be drawing more. If they don't, then we would be in a difficult situation. So that's a very conservative approach to talking about your values. There may be some people that say, hey, my values are going to be more than that, and they probably are. But for this purpose, for purposes of developing a tax rate that is conservative, or the whole issue that is conservative, we have gone, over 5-year period, I think we went to 0. And just because we don't know what's going to be, we could put 5s all the way across and say where you got values are going to be very high, so you don't need as many pennies to make your debt payments, and then you would add, you would be short of debt service funding. So it's just an arbitrary numbers that we used, being very conservative. I know that you have had as much of an increase as 10%, 11%, but we went very quickly to 0.
Well, to be clear, the homesteads are maxed at 10%, correct?
I'm sorry?
If you have a homestead, your home should not increase more than 10%. Yeah.
Right.
And we also, as a school district, have no control over that.
That's correct. That's one of the things that, I don't know if that answers your question, sir.
It does. It gives me concern in that the average homeowner sees that, and if they see that when they're at the ballot box, and they think, well, my values go up much more than that, so my projected tax impact is going to be significantly more than what is shown on here. It just interjects an uncertainty at a critical moment when somebody is going to make their decision for or against, if they can be swayed at that moment. And so it feels quite risky, frankly.
Actually, just to say, so we have no tax rate increase projected in these projections, right?
Yeah.
So again, like Robbie said, we don't control the appraisal district, right? So that's the variable we don't know. So like if Dr. Miguel mentioned, like if we went too high and it didn't hit that mark, then we'd actually have to increase the tax rate.
Got it.
So
But can I?
The goal of it was not to increase the tax rate. That's the one particular thing that we can kind of protect, right?
If it does go higher than what we're predicting here, we have an opportunity to lower the tax rate.
That's what I was going to bring
because
up.
your pennies,
Because
your pennies are going to raise more money.
right.
Yeah,
Because your
by you all
values are
using a
higher.
conservative number,
Correct.
it actually gives us the opportunity to do a $335 million bond and be able to reduce taxes in the future.
That is correct.
So that, I
If
think
it's
y'all
the other way
are doing the
around,
right thing.
we end up short of the amount that we need to service the debt, and we got to pull it
Well,
from somewhere.
I'll take, to use John's words, I'll take umbrage with what you said about we'll need to raise taxes later. Because I think we're telling the public that we want to go out for a $335 million bond here, and that we're going to keep the tax rate the same. We're not going to raise taxes. So I think it's incumbent on this board, because we are, as the gentleman said earlier, we're going to do the bond in tranches, right? It's not 335 this summer. It'll be, and y'all gave us those numbers, I don't have in front of me, 150 million first, followed by. So if we get to the point where in order to get to 335 million, this board has to decide whether we're going to raise taxes. At least it would be my position that we wouldn't go for the full 335 million, that we would actually secure less in bond money, because today we're telling the public we will not increase your tax rate in order to go for this bond.
That's correct. You have that opportunity because you're not selling all of your bonds the first year. You're phasing in, and if you ever see yourself in a position, you could say, this year we're gonna hold back because it's gonna be a bump. So.
It's been helpful, thank you.
Okay. Now, the presentation that we have is very simple. It was after a conversation with Dr. Gutierrez and Lorena regarding making sure, because there are questions out there. For example, the question has been asked, hey, the presentation says that there's going to be an increase of, I'm sorry, the truth and taxation statement that will be sent out is going to show that there is a 5-cent INS increase in the taxes. And that is the truth. It's going to be a 5-cent increase in INS tax rate. The point that's here is that in order to mitigate that 5 cents, the board has been managing the tax rate, and in effect, you look at, there's a drop in 5 cents on the M&O tax rate. And we're able to use those 5 cents from the M&O in the INS and keep your tax rate even to 93 cents. And that was the goal. How much can we have? How much can we borrow without increasing the tax rate? And that was $335 million, keeping the tax rate at 93 cents approximately. So,
Yeah, and I just want to add that if we saw the comparison, the chart, we are the second lowest tax rate in the valley, in the area.
that will be one of the slides that we propose should be included in the presentations you're going to make.
That's going to be part of our.
That's always a question
pamphlet.
in your Q&A that the community will have.
We'll have that chart as a comparison in our pamphlets as we go out there and our PowerPoints to make sure we show the entire community that we're the second lowest tax rate in the entire area. And going for this bond and still maintaining that second lowest tax rate, it's something that we know that we can talk to the community about how we've been very careful on maintaining one of the lowest tax rates and being able to go for this bond.
And paying off your debt very,
ahead of time.
Early, ahead of time. One of the things that I would say to the board, and this is more as a former superintendent than a financial advisor, is I think the concentration of any presentation that we need to make to the community should be about these are the things that we identified that the kids need in improved facilities. And these are the things that we're doing in order to be able to pay for those facilities. It's an obligation that boards have. I mean, everyone said for kids, when you run for office, it's for kids. You're meeting your obligation of what you ran on. And there should be a focus, and I know that Pfluger is going to be helping you with that. There should be a focus on these are the needs that we identified, and they're real needs, and we put a price tag to them. And the needs are more important. I know the taxpayer wants to know how much it's going to cost me, but they need to get a real good picture of what are we buying for it with what it's going to cost me. Anyway, that's a freebie. I won't charge you for that one. Anyway, just a reminder that you have two buckets, the M&O side and the INS side. And one of the things that this school board has been doing is managing those two for the last 3 or 4 years in order to maintain a certain tax rate, pay debt off early through the defeasance, and maintain enough pennies in there, projecting that if you did have a bond election and that you would propose an even tax rate, that you wouldn't have to increase. For example, we have school districts that are doing bond elections and proposing a 16-cent increase, a 10-cent increase, 6-cent increase, depending on that did not take the kinds of actions that you took in the last 3 or 4 years, since 2023 actually. So it's called managing the tax rate and balancing MNO and INS, so that you have a steady income, increase or non-increase actually in the tax rate. And by the way, when we talk about increase or decrease, remember that what you're talking about is a tax rate. That's the only thing you can manage. You can't control increases in the tax themselves because you have no control over the values of the homes. So we need to focus on that. The thing that we're holding on to evenly maintaining is tax rate. And that's the only thing that the board has any control over. So the rest of it is HCAD. So, and then the INS, whatever you raise with that fund, you can't do anything with that except pay bond debt, which is voted. You can't pay maintenance tax notes. You can't pay anything else that you might borrow for facilities. Only bond voted, only voted debt. So that's what you finish off paying pretty soon, you know. And in essence, like Bobby puts it all the time, is he drives a five-year-old car. His wife drives a new BMW. So, but she didn't get it until after they paid off the 5-year-old car that Bobby could have. So it's kind of like what you guys are doing, paying off your old debt, and now you're able to incur new debt with the same payment that more or less than you had on your old debt. So you might remember the discussions that we've had. We talked about 290 million, and that would decrease, I think, your tax rate by 2 or 3 cents. And then we talked even about 400 million, that would increase your tax rate by about 5 cents. And then we talked about this 335 million, and we found that that particular number would maintain your tax rate at the 93 cents that we're talking about. So we decided, you might remember that we met in small groups and we talked about, and the consensus of the board seemed to be that it should be 335 million. So we started talking about that in the last, since early January. We started talking about maybe even, early January, we started focusing on the 335 million. So on the next page, which we talked, this graph we have showed you before, but just so that you have it in front of you, you maybe think about it, you're going to be asked, it could be part of your Q&A and your presentations. Your current M&O tax rate is 80 cents, 80.22. Your current INS tax rate is 13 cents. And the current total tax rate is 93.22. That's the magic tax rate. What you have right now is what we intend to keep or maintain throughout. Now, with a $335 million bond in funding year 2026 through 30, the proposed tax rate will increase those 5 cents that are going to be in the truth in taxation. But, excuse me, but you'll also see, I said conversely, the M&O is going to decrease. Thank you, sir. I know you'll get something, boys. One of my former students.
Well, college professor.
The M&O is going to decrease accordingly by 5 cents due to compressions from the state and so on. And we're able to manage the tax rate at 93 cents. So the total tax rate from 30 even forward is projected to stay at 93.22, with the district having borrowed $335 million.
And y'all dropped about 6 pennies in the last couple of years.
In 2023, you actually, with your first defeasance, you could have had a 20-some cent compression, lowered your M&O tax rate by 20-some cents. You kept 8 cents to pay off debt and then for possible bond issue in the future. you reduce the tax rate, actually, the MNO tax rate at that time by 16 cents. And then in 2025, which is just last year, your tax rate was actually 6 cents higher than it is today. And you're proposing to stick with the tax rate that it is today. So this board has, whenever it has had opportunities, you know, has been pretty good to the taxpayer. I mean, lowering your tax rate and not managing it, or managing it with paying off debt early and preparing for a bond election. Hopefully that is considered by the public, you know, in a positive way. Do not have to increase. If you hadn't done that, if you had not kept those 8 cents, we would be talking about an 8-cent tax rate increase right now. And that's basically it. I just need, we're getting close to you getting more and more questions about this, and I think this is as basic a summary as we could put together for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We also have representatives from Fluger tonight, in case you have any questions on the project.
Board?
This is maybe more of a general question for the time being, but I think, and this is not for y'all as far as I can tell, so thank you for being here. I'm still a little unclear in my own understanding of the division of responsibilities between Fluger and what they will do for us in a community engagement strategy and what we own in-house in our own marketing and communications. We're less than 90 days away from the opening of early voting, and it would just be so helpful for me to not speak much further out in the community in generalities about what people in the community can expect, but to get really specific about who does what by when, and when we will be able to see with much more clarity individual campus level projects, informational signs at individual campuses with QR codes for things that will be happening at those campuses. You know, we're 11 days away from taking this vote, and every day really does matter.
Well said.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Board, Mr. Superintendent, staff. David Young with Fluger. I am not an architect. I'm in our community engagement division, and so I think I'm probably the best person to answer your question. We are already actively working with the communications team and the district to put together materials to aid in the education of your community about what's in this bond. As you know, should you all decide to call an election, the district can do nothing but provide information to the community. There may be groups in the community that do advocacy and things like that, but the information piece is what the district does. And so to the extent of, you mentioned several good strategies already about signs on campuses, about what will take place on those campuses, creating a bond website, preparing the superintendent's presentation that he will give or other staff members will give out in the community to any group that will listen, be they a campus group, the Rotary Club, or he will have PowerPoint will travel. And so that is something that we do. We've already been working hard to develop branding for the bond, and we've started to share those items with the district so that should an election be called on the 10th, you're able to hit the ground running with that. So there won't be an information gap for the community once this blasts off. Does that get at your question, or are there specific pieces of that you'd like a little more on? We've delivered a communication plan to the district about what will take place when.
Yeah, I think for a deal of this nature, I would love to actually see what the plan is for communication and engagement.
Sure.
I've heard, again, lots of things, all great ideas. I haven't seen a plan.
We
can provide that.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Draft plan.
A plan exists, and what you really want, as you saw on the slide earlier, as early voting starts around April 20th or so, you want a nice crescendo to that point of early voting beginning. You can actually get out there too early with your education campaign, and to where there's kind of a stale period between the time that you've done all of that provision of information to your community and the time, and what you don't want is people getting to the ballot box and thinking, now, I remember hearing something about that, but what exactly it was, I'm not sure. And so that when you see that communication plan, you'll see that it is exactly that, a nice crescendo to that mid-April timeframe.
That's fair. Thank you.
May I just add a question also? How do you see our marketing department, what role are they going to play specifically? Because I would imagine that a communication plan tells us this is what you need to do, but who is actually creating those marketing pieces?
Well, we are, our purpose, your marketing department is appropriately staffed and ready to deal with the work that is on hand. And certainly in the normal dispensation of a school year, there's a lot of that to be done, right? And so our role is to come in and augment those existing services, which are significant in the district. We work with Ms. Villarreal and her team, meet with them regularly. They have assets in place and people that are doing great things already. And so our role is certainly not to circumvent that group, but to just bolster the service that they're able to provide, because they've got enough on their plate from just a regular school year, and you bring in a $335 million bond election on top of that, and there's just a whole lot more work to do. And that's where, so we've got communications, graphics folks, web design folks, videographers, all of those pieces that we can bring to bear that are part of our existing contract with the district to help provide those services, so that we don't just provide so much stress on the system that it can't function.
Okay, and the reason you kind of went straight to my point, or kind of my concern, I guess, because our marketing department is phenomenal, and they may look like they're operating at max capacity with everybody that they have, but they're actually a little bit understaffed. So my concern is just that we're not going to be putting a lot more on them, that, or that they are going to be, who's going to be leading the ship there, because I don't know that we're in a position right now to have them lead that charge. And I've been under the impression that your company was going to be doing that.
Right, and okay. I think, Ms. Villarreal, I think you're agreeing with what I'm saying about that we're coming alongside and providing as much support as is needed. We work with sometimes small districts that have one person that marketing happens to be something on a long list of pieces in their job description, and then some districts that have extremely robust departments already. You have people that are working hard and doing everything that they can, and so we don't want to overtax them. And so that is our goal, is to provide just-in-time support at the exact right level to where that happens efficiently and effectively.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I am going to get back on track here. And we do have a public hearing for the 2024-25 District Annual Report in the Texas Academic.
Yes, Texas Education Code 39.306 requires that each district's Board of Trustees hold a public hearing to discuss the district's annual report and Texas Academic Performance Report, known as a TAPER. Ms. Jeanette Nino, Associate Superintendent of Instructional Leadership, will have more information on this, and this is for information purposes only, as well as Dr. De Hoyos will also be presenting the TAPER report. Go ahead.
Thank you,
ladies.
Dr. Gutierrez. We'll make this as exciting and brief as possible, but this is the annual public hearing for our district. Just to make note, this public notification was posted as it's required of us on Wednesday, January 21st, and all related links that are required from the TA agency have also been shared on our public website. We'll look at several components of the district annual report, and just to start with great news, again, it takes everybody from the team to earn what McAllen ISD has earned for the 2024-2025 year. And so we have earned in our finances an A superior rating for the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas. We went from a B 2024 accountability rating of an 89 all the way to a 90, which is an A for 2025. Those have now been officially released. So on our previous presentation last year, it just had a little note saying that we couldn't release anything at that time, but that has now been updated. And both our accreditation statuses for 2024 and 2025 are accredited, including our 2025 special education determination status that meets requirements. So with all of that, part of the component of TABOR is looking at district performance goals in the areas of reading, language, arts, mathematics, science, and social studies across all grade levels from 3rd to high school. And so we're very happy to know that our students continue to not just perform well on their state assessments, but outcompete peers in the region as well as in the state. We always have room for growth, as we've previously discussed tonight, instructionally, to close gaps. And so our goal will continue to be to ensure that 100% of our students in each one of these areas continues to be supported by our staff as we move forward. In addition, again, our community, the public, has access to all the information tonight via our district website, so this is hyperlinked for them. And again, through all of these visuals, it'll navigate them to access campus improvement plans, et cetera, including this public hearing presentation. And the Texas Academic Performance Report for our district was released in December. And so again, we have the opportunity of no more than 90 days from that release to just share with our community what the status of our district is academically and financially, and a little bit of everything else. So we had at snapshot of 2024, we reported 19,849 students in membership for that year. And as we look at star performance for the 24-25 school year, it approaches grade level or above. We had, again, students in all grades at 81% in our district perform well, and again, outperforming peers across the state and at Region 1. And you'll see that notably not just for reading, language, arts, but for mathematics, science, and social studies. So very proud work of our students and proud work of the staff in all the efforts it takes, elementary through high school, to make sure that they're successful on these assessments. In including something we added here that's not part of TAPER that's required is just the results-driven accountability. That is measured at the federal level, and that'll soon be part of a district's accountability in the future. So we have our eye on that because our students, by subpopulations, we look at that data very closely to ensure that subgroups such as foster, homeless, and migrant students that are identified in these categories are also successful as well. Here, this slide just shows that we have 100% participation in our STAR assessments, and so we're very proud to make sure that, again, all the efforts of our staff, we're calling students, we're making sure that they're present so they can show what they know on the day of these assessments. And here we have post-secondary institutions where our students go beyond graduating from McAllen ISD. And again, Dr. De Hoyos can give a brief summary on this, moving on, so forth, and what are they doing at that time? Moving on, so forth, and what are they doing at that time? That's the order. In addition, we are required to report on criminal and violent crimes as part of our district annual report. And so here, this is a summary updated from the 24-25 school year. Overall, you will see some increases across our district in the area of the highlighted notes here. You can see that broken down by campus. Our efforts continue to work with students, where our counselors are working with students, our administrators, our teachers, just making sure that we have safe and supportive school teams, and just using this data in partnership with our police department to just see how to help intervene with students that are unfortunately having some of these behaviors across the district, but making sure that we use it as a learning experience to get them back on track with where they need to be academically. Part of the district annual report also is the House Bill 3 Adopted Goals and Action Plan. So these, we are actually have finished year 5, and that is what we'll be reporting on tonight. So we're now in year 6, and we've set those goals as well. But the House Bill 3 goals do measure early childhood literacy aligned to 3rd grade STAR reading assessment, early childhood numeracy aligned to 3rd grade STAR math assessments, and then in secondary, the college, career, and military readiness goals aligned to graduates that meet readiness requirements. And overall, again, we've already met our 5-year student outcome goals We are now in year 6, and we've reset those goals again for this school year. And this has just been the timeline since December 2020 on what that action plan looked like back then. It was board approved, and again, we've completed now year 5 of progress monitoring on that board approved adoption of those student outcomes in 2020. So for early childhood literacy, our 3rd graders last year were, they attained a 59%, which it had grown to 11% from the year before. But again, we have to go back to pre-K to see how they're performing, the kinder students, how they're performing, and 1st grade. And so overall, again, just tracking how our students are progressing on meeting early literacy, and then overall in their 3rd grade STAR when they get to that level. Same information for early childhood mathematics. We look at the 3rd grade STAR mathematics STAR outcomes. We are holding steady right around there. We have made adjustments to our curriculum to ensure that we have a tight tier 1 instructional resource supporting the standards that these students are expected to learn and then will be assessed. And then again, looking at pre-kindergarten from Circle progress monitoring data, our pre-K students are doing very well. Our teachers are doing fantastic with making sure that they're assessing them. Kindergartners also are 9% above from last year's goal. And 1st grade students are, again, right around the same outcomes, but looking at the curriculum to see how to help align that as they proceed into 3rd grade as well. And 2nd graders also looking at that curriculum. I'll let Dr. De Hoyos talk on the CCMR, House Bill 3 goals for that.
Thank you, Ms. Nino. So here we have the College Career and Military Readiness, CCMR results that from 1,617 graduates, 93.9 of them completed or met that requirement of the CCMR indicator. That is, we met the goal. Our goal for the 5th year was to be above 88, and we ended up at 94, which we met our goal. This, like I said earlier, is a big contributor to an overall rating of an A or having an 88 or above in CCMR contributes to the overall rating of the district. So we ended the year with a 90, a rating of A. And then we have it there broken up by the different areas. Student achievement with an 86, which is a B. School progress, 90, A. Academic growth is a 77, which is a C. And relative performance with an economic disadvantage percentage of 70.1 at a 90, which gives us an A. And then closing the gaps, 91, which gives us an A as well. Overall, like I said, 90, it's an overall rating of an A. We are also very proud with the distinction that we, for post-secondary readiness, we've received this distinction several years in a row, and that is attest to the strong college career and military readiness efforts that we have. And these are the different ways or links where we have disseminated the McAllen ISD 24-25 annual report. And that concludes our report.
Thank you.
ladies. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will move on to consent agenda items. Can I have a motion for items A through F?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion
Second.
and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Okay, we move on to 9A1. Discussion and possible action on local improvement plan for Escandon Elementary.
Ms. Jeanette Nino, our Associate Superintendent for Instructional Leadership, will share more information regarding Escandon Elementary's local improvement plan for 25-26 school year as it relates to identification of schools for improvement by the Texas Education Agency. Administration is recommending action on this item. Ms. Nino?
Yes, sir. Thank you. So tonight, we are presenting on the Escandon Elementary's local improvement plan for the 25-26 school year, and this plan is developed in accordance with the Texas Education Agency, and it's to help address Escandon's identification for additional targeted support. What this local improvement plan will outline are specific evidence-based strategies, performance goals, monitoring systems, and just stakeholder engagement so that we can ensure that there's academic improvement and compliance with the state accountability requirements. As we move on to the next slide, thank you, Ms. Garcia. On to the next slide here, we will see that Escandon has been identified for additional targeted support, also known as ATS, under Domain 3, which is closing the gaps, and that is defined by the 2025 Accountability Rating System. So in the additional targeted support, it applies to both Title I and non-Title I schools when at least you have one student group demonstrating consistent underperformance. And so we might ask, what is that group at Escandon? And that is our continuously enrolled group that's scoring below the cut point used to identify the lowest performing 5% of schools statewide, which is triggering this designation for Escandon. On this slide here, that identification, again, is based on data from continuously enrolled students. We have our economically disadvantaged subgroup there, our students identified as Hispanic, emergent bilingual, and special education. Something I want to just share with you this evening is part of our special education population there is our students that are identified deaf and hard of hearing. The way that their instruction happens is in their primary language, which is they have interpreters, right, as they're learning their instruction. However, their assessment is not in the language that they speak in. They're given to it in English. So we've worked very intensely with Ms. Lara, our director, Ms. Carla Rodriguez, our principal, everybody at the campus to give those students as fair of an opportunity to show exactly that they know more than how they're being assessed at the state level. Here in alignment again with TA evidence-based requirements, our local improvement plan prioritizes just strengthening Tier 1 instruction and just implementing stronger supports for Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions. We're going to make sure that there's explicit instruction, frequent checks for understanding, daily protected intervention block for reteach and enrich, which is 45 minutes every day in the master schedule, and making sure that the PLCs are very data-driven to help our staff make best decisions, informed decisions to help guide and support learning this year. Our performance goals are directly aligned to the TA accountability indicators and closing the gaps methodology. So in reading, we are targeting a 10% increase in STAR meets and meeting or exceeding growth expectations. So we can see that we're going to go from 45% in the meets to 55% meets and hit that growth target of 65% in reading language arts. In mathematics, the goal includes a 10% increase in meets and 15% growth for identified student groups. And in science, we are aiming for a 16% combined increase in meets and masters, which will help position them to exit this designation. The monitoring fidelity will be critical, and that's going to be done through weekly instructional walkthroughs, structured PLC, professional learning community data reviews, and monthly leadership progress checks. In addition, this is a team approach, so we're partnering at the district as the district team along with our campus team just to conduct ongoing forms of assessment of data in order to help them remain aligned with meeting those goals that were shared right now. We do have to have required documentation that includes their lesson plans, professional learning community agendas, intervention logs to maintain, provide evidence to TEA of compliance and effectiveness as they require as part of this board-approved plan. And there's a lot of resources and support to make sure Escandon Elementary meets these goals. We have protected intervention time again, 45 minutes a day, PLC time with our staff that's embedded into that master schedule, and just making sure that our campus is able to utilize staff such as our interventionists to support those additional layers of instruction for our students. And for stakeholder engagement, this plan was developed collaboratively with teachers and campus leadership. Again, is consistent with the TA expectations for stakeholder involvement, and parents will receive ongoing communication regarding interventions and student progress. So additionally, Escandon maintains continuous collaboration with the District Accountability Department, which is Mrs. Christian Quintanilla, to ensure alignment, transparency, and sustained improvement. And lastly, this local improvement plan meets all requirements outlined in TEA Accountability Chapter 10, including timely implementation as well as our board approval. Escandon Elementary, along with McAllen ISD's team, will commit to continuous monitoring, documentation, and instructional support to ensure long-term academic success and accountability compliance. And we respectfully request your approval and review tonight on this plan. Thank you.
Any questions? Do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Okay, the next agenda items are 9A2, 9A3, 9A4, and 9B1. If there is no objection, I'm going to postpone agenda items 9A2, 9A3, 9A4, and 9B1 to the next regular meeting of the board. Is there any objection?
I just have one question, because I see Mr. Sines is here. You were going to present. Would you rather present tonight? He's been waiting a long time.
You want to wait?
Well, sorry, that's the one I just focused on.
He wants to wait.
What? Okay.
I'm sorry.
No objection.
Okay, so do I hear any objection from the board? None. Hearing no objection, those items are postponed to our next regular board meeting.
Is that including number 4 too?
Yes.
Yes. 2, 3, 4.
2, 3, and 4.
And B1.
And B1. So it's 9A2, 9A3, 9A4, and 9B1. And then we will move on to 9B2, which is Dr. Gutierrez.
This is a second. This is a second reading for the policy CSA in proposing the designation and use of private spaces. TASB is recommending this resolution be brought to the board for review and approval. Dr. Canales, our Chief Human Resources Officer, will have more information if you have any questions, because this is a second reading, and we're recommending action on this item.
Okay. Board, second reading. Any discussion?
I have one question. Are there currently any concerns with fulfilling the requirements of this policy in our current facility structure?
No, right now it's already in progress already, so they've already, as long as the restrooms are labeled, and then for the athletic part of it,
Yep.
The biggest part that we had that was a concern that we already remedied when this came out was when we have our games and we have our male students in the female locker room, like the opposing team, we have to put a sign that just says locker room in use. That's already been taken care of by Mr. McClellan and the teams.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, motion passes 5-1. Okay, and we have item number 3. Discussion and possible action of TASB's localized policy manual update 126, second reading. This is what took up the majority of your packet.
Presented from TASB and reviewed by our staff, this update represents legal and local reference policies recently adopted by the state. Dr. Canales, our Chief Human Resources Officer, will have more information in case you have any questions, because this is also a second reading, and we're recommending action on this item.
Anybody want to go page by page? No, just kidding. That's a joke.
Any motion?
All right. Any discussion by the board? Okay, then I will move to approve the Texas Association of School Board Localized Policy Manual Update 126.
Wow.
Thank you.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. 6-0. Okay. 9 1C1, report regarding intention to apply for the CDBG grant.
Yes, through the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974, local governments with populations of 50,000 or more are eligible for funds from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development for projects dealing with neighborhood improvements. Ms. Laura Williams, our Director for Purchasing Services, is available to answer any questions. This item is for information purposes only.
Good evening, Dr. Gutierrez, Mr. President, Board of Trustees. This is the report regarding the intention to apply for the FY fiscal year 2026-2027 Community Development Block Grant, also known as CDBG. The application is due on February 6th. We are requesting approximately $1,130,000. The grant term will be for a period of 1 year, October 1st of 26 through September 30th of 2027. Our first project that we will be applying for funds for is $390,000 for an all-inclusive playground at Juan Seguin Elementary. Here is a schematic of the playground, the all-inclusive playground. Here is just another schematic showing the playground in different angles. And the plot for where the all-inclusive playground would go at Seguin Elementary, should we receive the funds. The next project would be for an all-inclusive playground at Theodore Roosevelt Elementary, approximately $390,000. Again, here is a schematic of the playground. And then again, different views of the schematic for the playground, should we receive funding. And the plot for where the playground would go. And I apologize for my voice. And then the last project will be for a community track at William B. Travis Middle School, requesting approximately $350,000 for that project. And you can see on this left side of the screen where the track would be located on the campus grounds. And that is my very short intention to apply for the CDBG grant. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Williams. These are great projects.
Thank you very much.
I hope we get it.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'm going to go back and clarify for the record that I would like to make a motion to table items number 9A2, 9A3, 9A4, and 9B1. I will ask for a second.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Then we will move forward to, okay, discussion and possible action of the Board of Education meeting minutes. This is from the last meeting where there was a correction for January 7th, 2026, and for January 13th, 2026.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Trustee Haddad. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. And discussion and possible action to correct the special board meeting minutes of August 21st, 2025.
Move to approve.
I have a motion by Trustee De La Garza Lopez, second by Trustee Rivera. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Okay. Then we go on to okay. The board will now go into closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Codes 551071, 551072, 551074, 551076, and 551089 of the Texas Government Code to discuss the items listed on the agenda, which include human resources, school safety and security, pending or potential litigation, and possible real estate acquisition. It is 9:34 and we are in closed session. All right, it's 10:07. We're back from closed session, coming in to take action on items in closed session. And we have discussion and possible action on HR recommendations for school year 2025-26.
Human Resources submitted a list of recommendations for the 25-26 school year under a separate cover for discussion during closed session. There was one recommendation, so we're recommending action on that, on this item.
Move to approve.
I have a motion by trustee Regalado, a second by trustee De La Garza Lopez. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. And there is nothing on items B, C, D, or E, correct? So then we will go on to item 13 on the agenda. There's a list of scheduled meetings there ranging from February 10th to March 24th that you can take a look at. And I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Good night, everybody. It's 10:08.